We, hi everyone. We are still waiting for other colleagues, right, to join.
We're waiting for Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan colleagues. Just 1 minute. I hope they will be, but I see the colleagues from Kyrgyzstan, Indira Sharshenova. Indira, could you please just quickly test your microphone and the web camera, please? Индира, пожалуйста, давайте протестируем с вами камеру и микрофон. Коллеги из Кыргызстана, вы слышите? Мы вас не слышим, можете сказать?
Настраивают звук.
Хорошо.
Добавьте туда и все, остальное это вот по вашему.
Индира, мы вас ждем. У вас получается настроить?
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Да, у меня получилось, я вас слышу. Удачи вам всем, я рада всех вас слышать.
Спасибо. Сегодня запланирована презентация вашими коллегами. Надеюсь, все они здесь подключатся. Спасибо.
Можем начинать?
iPhone XS можно переименовать, пожалуйста, на имя и с какой вы страны? Спасибо.
Arpine, I think we can start. The colleagues will be joining by only Uzbekistan is left.
Yep. And if the floor is yours.
Thank you, Arpine. Good afternoon, good morning, colleagues. Welcome to session 3, e-Government Development Index as a framework of assessment of digital transformation of the online capacity development training workshop. My name is Deniz Susar, and I am working in the digital government branch of the UNDESA, United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Here in this session, we will hear from our colleagues about the e-government survey and specifically its subcomponents, assessment methodology, including local online service index, and later we will hear from another colleague on data governance and e-participation components. So this is basically to get your inputs on the e-government survey and its methodology, and anything, any improvements that you would like to see in the survey, or any other areas that we should focus moving forward. As you know, we are also in the preparation of the upcoming e-government survey, which will be launched next year. So your inputs will be very much appreciated with the team here to further improve the survey and its methodology. After the 2 presentations, we will have a plenary session where we are really hoping your difficult questions, your inputs, and anything that you would like to clarify. So without further ado, let me give the floor to Arpine, who will run us through the main methodology components. Arpine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dennis. I hope people can see the screen.
Yes, we can see, and if you could make it presentation mode.
Yes. Okay. As Dennis has mentioned already, this part of the presentation will look into e-government development index as a framework of assessment of digital transformation, and we will talk about the survey. Let me just brief for those who haven't had previous occasions of working with the survey or don't know about it. So e-government survey is a flagship publication of the United Nations Development and Economic and Social Affairs, Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. It's a biennial publication, which means it's published every 2 years since 2003, and it's the only publication that assesses e-government development for all 193 UN member states. It has been always considered a benchmarking tool to measure e-government development, build government's capacity, provide policy recommendations, and share good practices around the world. So who are the users? Obviously the governments themselves, many intergovernmental institutions, the World Bank, for example, ITU, OECD, European Union, etc. International and regional organizations, academia, research centers and schools of public administration, many private sector entities, civil society organizations, and just ordinary people who are interested in the subject matter. So just to briefly, outline the methodology, EGDI is composed, the index itself is composed of 3 subcomponents. Online services index, which is a, questionnaire that we ask researchers to screen for 193 countries. It's a list of features that we look into. The responses are binary, so something exists or doesn't exist. The answer is yes or no mostly. The total number of points scored by a country is normally normalized to a range of 0 to 1, and that goes into the assessment of the index. The human capacity index, human capital index, is something that is also necessary to assess in order to see the country's readiness to pick up on the digital transformation, on e-government development. And it looks into adult literacy, gross enrollment ratio, expected years of schooling, means years of schooling. The data is taken from UNESCO and UNDP. The online services index is collected by UNDESA itself. And then the third component is the telecommunications infrastructure index, TII, which is collected by ITU and looks into mobile subscriptions, broadband subscriptions, internet users, and active mobile broadband subscriptions, normally per 100 inhabitants. So all 3 subcomponents then are in equal value, calculated together into EGDI, and is normalized in statistical methods to create the ranking of the UN member states. So the methodology in 2020 has been further improved, and then we subdivided the EGDI groups, low, middle, high, very high EGDI groups into further equally broken down quartiles, which we now call rating classes. And the reason for that is to give a more granular and refined analysis of the countries of similar performance. So what we normally look into, right? Obviously, it's a national portals and various features, starting from very basic, whether the government has a portal itself, whether it has search engines, whether the website is secure and protected, does it provide a help function and Q&A, does it offer the structure for people to know, as well as we look for slightly more advanced sort of features for example, more advanced search options, whether it has any tools or platforms for public engagement, whether people can fill in complaints, report corruptions, they can subscribe for information and feed, can they ask for help in more elaborate ways, etc., etc. Social sites connection, social networking sites connection, website statistics, and importantly, whether the platforms and websites are, mobile devices sensitive or not. So then we look into the legal and institutional frameworks of the country and look into whether the organizational, institutional, structures are in place. For example, is there a CIO or equivalent in the country? Whether the ministries have, structures in place to pick up on digital government development. And we look also into the legal and policy frameworks such as Freedom of Information Act, Data Protection Act, Privacy, Cybersecurity, Open Government Data Acts, and so forth, whether there is a digital strategy and e-participation policy and so forth. This allows us to assess whether the country is actually ready to move forward. We're looking also into transactional online services. Normally we assess 20 different types of services, and that includes ability of individuals to pay for utilities, get permits, pay for taxes, register life events such as birth, death and marriage, pay their fines online, get the residence address changed, get the personal ID or registration of their vehicle, business, company, property, land, and so forth, whether they can get the licenses for business or driving, for example, online, whether they can apply online for a visa, and whether they can, file police reporting. And we'll look into whether this services online can be done in multi-channel option or it's only offline or online version. And we'll look also into whether these are done in partnership with third parties. So in looking for the services, we're also mindful about the services provided to vulnerable groups, persons with disabilities, youth, women, people living in poverty, older people, and migrants. So we look for things that are specifically targeted for them, and information, online government services available to those people, and so forth. So we also look into very specific sectors. These are 6 for now: social protection, education, and employment, environment, health, and justice. So within the government portals and websites, we'll look into links to sectoral or ministerial websites, whether they provide sources of information on the policies governing the field, provide information on the government expenditures, for example, for transparency, whether they provide services in the sector specific, and if the services are provided through the smartphone apps, SMS services, mobile browser, and so forth. Information is available on consultations with the population, and if there are specific platforms and forums created for that, and whether we find evidence that this consultation actually translates into policies. And we also look into the open government data, whether they provide in sector-specific data sets in open and machine-readable formats. This is something that my colleague Vaimin will talk later. E-participation is also part of the assessment framework for EGDI. And it is based on principles of assessing 3 cornerstone areas: whether the people have information, e-information basically, to arrive to meaningful conclusions and be able to participate in e-consultations, and once they participate, whether the results of the consultations are feeding into decision-making process. Vaimin will talk later about it. So it's about the Open Government Data Index, which is also part of the e-government development assessment through the survey. We started collecting data since 2014 and trying to document the trends relating to open government data use. And the trend is positive since 2014, when there was only 46 countries that offered open government data portals. We have now 153 countries, nearly 80% of the UN member states. So another major thing that e-government survey is assessing since 2018 is the online services index, LOSI, as we call it, similarly to just OSI, which is online services index at the national level. LOSI looks into 87 indicators with binary responses. It was in 2018. This year it will be more than 87. And we usually do the research, we assess that through UN volunteer researchers and assess each city portal. In 2020, it was 148 UNVs assessing 86 countries, covering 41 languages. This year, we aim at having all 193 countries. As you can see, we started with 40 cities in 2020, it was 100, and we're aiming to 193. So what does it give to us? First of all, we believe that municipalities are closer to people and more than national federal governments, more than national and federal governments, as they deal with the daily activities of citizens. We also believe that assessment will help cities to truly measure their progress in e-government development. And this will also allow us to shape the wider argument towards considering LOSI as a common and acceptable base ground to allow accurate international comparisons among cities. And also we hope that the survey on the local level will motivate cities to improve their profiles and to further develop online services, and also provide a healthy competition among cities themselves. So a couple of findings, not exhaustive, but a few findings to pick up on the global trends, as well as some of the key things in Central Asia region. This slide demonstrates the average GDI for 2020 and 2018 at the global and regional level. As you can see, the blue dotted line is the average in 2018. It was 0.55 in 2018. So by 2020, the EGDI global average reached 0.60, which is an increase. I have highlighted here in this box, blue line box, the Central Asian countries. So the whole blocks in the green is the CIS countries for your comparison. And you can see all the Central Asia region in the blue. So you could see that the average is above the global average as 0.6094, just slightly above it. However, you have a wide dispersion of the countries with rather high development in very high GDI group, 0.84 nearly, and also countries which are in a rather low level, middle level, 0.40. So if you look into more specific details, which I compiled for CIS and CE countries, the Central Asia region has one country which is in the very high GDI range, Kazakhstan, two countries in the high GDI group, and two countries in the middle EGDI group. So there were no movements between the groups since 2018, and this indicates also that the digital divide exists and persists in the region. So you could see that in average to this, compared to other CIA countries, the Central Asia region is doing, not bad, but there are countries which are advanced slightly more. One of the things that I mentioned that we're usually assessing is the online services provision, and the number of countries offering at least one online service in the range of assessed 20 increased from 140 to 162 by 16%. And 84% of the countries globally offer at least one, and on average 14 out of 20 services. So that the spider chart here shows that Europe is a leader in the number of provided e-services, and nearly 70% of countries in Europe offer all 20 services, and between 88 to 95% of the countries offer half of the services assessed. However, the expansion in general compared to 2018 survey is rather high as well. So how does the provision of online services for vulnerable group demonstrate? Again, there is a positive trend. 80% of member states offer specific services for youth, women and older persons, persons with disabilities and so forth. However, services for people living in poverty and migrants are offered by fewer countries, which highlights a possible neglect of the needs of these groups. So European countries lead in providing the services for the vulnerable groups. However, other regions are picking up as well. So I wanted to also highlight that in the Central Asia region, this spider is actually depicts only the countries in Central Asia region. You would see circled in red. Kazakhstan is the country that offers all 20 services. Uzbekistan follows by offering 16 services. We assessed Kyrgyzstan 13, Tajikistan 10, and Turkmenistan we have been able to identify 3. So another important finding for the region is that globally, in general, countries which are landlocked and least developed has a disadvantage because due to their, a geographic location as well as the inherent constraints. And the average values for EGDI for this group of countries are normally below the world average. However, I wanted to also show the picture for the CIS region in general, and you could see that the CIS region average among the LLDC countries is 0.64. It's slightly above the world average, and actually among the leading countries in the landlocked developing countries, and Kazakhstan is one of them, Kazakhstan is a leader. So despite the fact that it's a landlocked country, I think it's capitalizing on the digital technologies rather well. So also I wanted to highlight a few findings on the online services index we've done in 2020. How do local municipalities and local government level online services compare to national online services? This chart shows that around 70% of the cities surveyed have LOCI levels that are rather low compared to OSI levels in the countries that have done both assessments. Back in 2020, there were 100 such countries. So you need to see, however, that cities perform above the gray line circled in this red circle are performing better than the national portals. And these countries include, for example, Madrid, I can hardly see it. Kabul is even better doing that at the country level. Moscow is doing well. So you could see that there are a number of countries where the local level city portals are much better than the national ones. So this table shows that among the cities in the region, comparable cities in the region, Moscow is leading in CIS region, Shanghai is in Asia in general. However, we have also Almaty, Tashkent and Dushanbe here, and you could see that Almaty is doing rather well and on the 29th position, Tashkent is 56th position, and Dushanbe is 61 in the scale of 0 to 100. So other findings of LOCI, which I briefly introduce here without going much into detail, is that the performance of city local government portal does not usually match that of its country. As I mentioned, the average LOCI is 0.43, and cities are a long way away to improve the various features there on their portals. The content provision creation is getting the highest marks, and the cities offer adequate content and improve usability of their website. However, provision of e-services and advancing people's participation, finding ways to encourage people participation are of a lesser concern for city portals. The service provision criterion in the laws is scored the lowest, and majority of the city portals assessed do not meet various technology standards and guidelines. For example, web content accessibility guidelines and the World Wide Web Consortium standards. The good news is, however, that all city portals are accessible through mobile devices. This is something that everyone pays attention to. One last remark is that despite of rather optimistic development of e-government across the world, digital device persists, and on average 66% of the UN member states provide online services. However, countries offering the full spectrum of services, as I mentioned, are in the very high and high OSR level groups. On another note, 7 of 8 countries with the lowest DGDI scores are least developed countries and or landlocked countries, and these are in Africa. Different e-government development level exists even in highly developed states. Including, as I mentioned, in the small region of Central Asia, among the countries, there is a wide sort of range of level of e-government development. So some other conclusions just to share is that the pandemic in general increased our dependence on digital technologies, but it also highlighted the stark divide between the digital haves and have-nots. So the recovery from the pandemic must include urgent actions to close digital divides that is fast becoming a new face of inequality. And the successful digital governments shift from being ever present in people's life to becoming rather invisible, while proactively offering automated services accessible everywhere and anytime for the user's convenience. So with this, I'd like to conclude my presentation and give the floor to Vaimin. I believe we will have a joint question and answer session right afterwards.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Arpine. The question and answer section will be after Vaimin's presentation. Vaimin, please, let's hear from you, and then we'll open the floor.
Thank you, Arpine, and thank you to Dennis. I will now share a presentation. I hope you can see my slide in full screen.
Yes.
I will share more in depth some analysis of data governance and e-participation. And these are the 2 areas that we place emphasis in the 2020 e-government survey. So there'll be 2 parts. I will first cover data governance, following which I will cover e-participation. First, on data governance, to highlight on some key trends, is self-explanatory. The data growth is tremendously huge, and what we see in governments is that data is not only an input but also output. Data is used in all parts of the government, both front and back office. But some trends is that many data are used, but many are not used as well, including those that are generated through e-services. And some of which data, they are not used optimally, and some are even misused. And while there's a lack of data, there's also a lot of data and information overload, both for people as well as for government agencies. An important point to note that government, they do have a triple role as producer, consumer, and also regulator of data. So with that in mind, we have actually developed a data governance framework as part of our analysis in the 2020 survey that is founded by the principles of Goal 16 of the SDG. The 3 main principles are accountability, effectiveness, and inclusiveness. And building upon, we have the pillars that support policies and regulations, data strategy, leadership, the data ecosystem, and the different data technologies. And there are actually different elements that include privacy, security, open government, data, sovereign, and so forth. I would like to highlight further to what Pinay has mentioned about Open Government Data Index. First, I like to mention this quote by the Secretary General Roadmap for Digital Cooperation that it calls for the promotion for open data as part of a range of digital public goods. So the keyword is the OGD is actually a public goods, just like open source software, open AI, open standards, and open content. We started looking at OGD since the 2014 survey, and you look at the bar chart on the right. The number of countries with OGD portals have increased a lot, from about 25% of member states back in 2014. By 2020, we have 153 countries out of 193 member states. So that's actually 80% of all countries. So with that in mind, in 2020, we started exploring as a pilot the OGDI as a sub-index of EGDI. And we are actually looking at the data that we have been collecting since 2014. And one trend I like to share is the OGDI. Based on a similar approach to EGDI, we also group countries according to low, middle, high, and very high EGDI. And in both of these charts here, you can see that essentially OGDI is actually lagging behind overall EGDI. Majority of the countries globally, they are still in low OGDI. That is to say that there is actually a lot of room of improvement for different countries, especially for the African countries. As you can see in the global map here, a lot of countries in Africa and including in some in Asia, they are still in under low and middle. Just like the global trends, Europe, North America, they are leading in terms of OGDI. The key messages that we found in the 2020 survey, and this will guide us to further research it for the 2022 survey, is that optimizing the use of data will certainly increase the productivity, accountability, and inclusivity of public institutions. Again, these are the principles according to the goal 16 of the 2030 agenda. A data-centric government is essential as it helps to build trustworthiness as well as public trust. As I already mentioned, many benefits around data have yet to be realized, and there are different reasons, including a lack of understanding of data, data size, low political priority, absence of data leadership, resource constraint, concerns about data quality, security, and privacy. And harvesting public value from data requires a long-term vision and an ecosystem approach. So this is it will be an evolving process. And it's actually require a whole of government or even whole of society, engaging even the private sector in the data and academics in the forward-thinking outlook. For 2022, we will further the work on Open Government Data Index. As you have, you may know that we have actually had a series of consultations with different countries. So based on those consultations, we would like to explore further about how the national or city data policy, strategy, or governance framework has helped in overall e-government developments, adoption of data standards, including open standards, including in the use of the OGD, ability of a data exchange or interoperability framework, the use of data analytics in digital government and decision making. And in terms of the range of data, we will expand the existing assessment of data to look at geospatial data or geolocation data, real-time data, live data, as well as whether government put online the government budget and expenditure data. We also look further into data privacy and data security issues. And as a pilot, we will look at how cross-border data governance have come into play in the context of overall data governance, as well as the collaboration with the private sector on private sector data. I will now move to e-participation. Obviously, it matters. We started looking at e-participation since the first edition of the e-government survey in 2001. We continue the approach. We are hoping to improve the methodology to better capture the e-participation in the context of current trends. So just very quickly, the scope of e-participation, as already heard Apine mention, we define it as the process of engaging citizens through ICTs in policy, decision-making, and service design and delivery, so that to make it participatory, inclusive, and deliberative. E-participation in our model is actually consists of 3 components: e-information, e-consultation, and e-decision-making. And this is the part that we like to sharpen our focus based on the current trend. One limitation, though, is that we are actually looking at those initiatives where government plays a role. Essentially, is only looking at the interaction between government and citizen, but we are not looking at the interaction between citizens, among citizens, between government agencies, or between government and private sector. But we hope to do some analysis in those, as these are also emerging trends. Based on the 2020 survey, again, this follow the global trends of EGDI, that Europe is actually leading in terms of e-consultation, followed by Asia, Americas, Oceania, and again, Africa is, as a region, is the most lacking. So for the group of delegates here in Asia, there's actually a range of e-participation measures among countries, and I look forward to learn more from experts and delegates here about the e-participation measures in your country. Here we capture the trend over the past 3 editions of the of the e-government survey. That's the past 6 years, and you can see that there's actually tremendous growth in e-participation. However, there is actually still lacking in certain areas, especially in terms of in social protection and in employment. We added justice in 2020. We will continue to look at e-participation in justice or e-justice, which is also an important component of Goal 16. The key messages that we find in the 2020 survey, and we continue to explore more, is that there are more e-participation platforms emerging, and there's also a trend towards multi-function participation platform, such as ideation forum, consultation, e-petition, opinion survey, a complaint system or feedback system, reports of corruption, generation of ideas and innovations, and all these are all the different areas that we try to capture in our survey. However, it's not always clear if the multiplication of platform has translated into broader, deeper, and also more inclusive e-participation. So it's about the outputs or the impact of e-participation, whether governments are actually doing enough to measure. The take-up of e-participation remains low. There are different reasons, and this is beyond technology and digital skills. A lot of time there's a lack of understanding of the motivation, the reluctance of agencies to share agenda setting and decision-making power. This is actually very important, and this requires a political will to push forward. And my last couple of slides, we did this analysis in the 2020 survey. I just like to highlight that in our e-participation, we focus more on the less political spectrum, that is more on policy making and service delivery, and less on political discourse. In other words, we don't look at e-voting, the political parties engagement, etc. But more we look at how governments engage citizens in terms of decision making, including through ideation forum, through e-petition, through citizen initiative. In terms of service delivery, other than OGD, we also look at how governments actually engage citizens in co-production and co-creation. And with that, I conclude my short presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I'd like to give the floor back to Dennis, the moderator.
Thank you, Waimin, and thank you to Arpine as well for the previous presentation. We have heard a lot actually in this last half an hour about online service index, e-participation, local online service index. I am feeling we have maybe provided too much information about the survey right now, which may be a good, but also maybe confusing. That's why before I share the results of previous consultations, I would like to open the floor for initial reactions from the participants. I think it would be nice to know what people feel at this stage. Maybe there are some easy questions that we can respond. So If you could raise your hand, and if I could get 3 questions, and then give the floor to Arpine and Vaimin for initial clarifications, if any. And please also introduce your name and your country, organization. The floor is yours. And again, as I said at the beginning of the presentation session, this is your opportunity to give your feedback on the survey methodology. And any questions are welcome. I am hoping to see some hands. Maybe I'll just count to give a few seconds. While I see.
I see there is a question from National Information Technologies. I will say it in Russian. Европейский опыт по государственным услугам чем отличается от азиатской реализации? Они отметили, что Европа опережает нас. В каких параметрах и как Европа именно опережает? Такой вот вопрос поступил от коллег.
Thank you for that question. If possible, I would like to get maybe 1 or 2 more difficult questions like this, so that my colleagues can respond. I think that's a very good question. If I understood clearly, I missed the first sentence. I was not in the English channel, but the question is about how come European and again, this is the overall region, online services is better than Asia. Let's wait maybe for 1 more. And again,
sorry, could I ask?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Amir. I'm from Info Communication Holding Zerdia. I have a question about services to vulnerable groups of people. What are your suggestions on how to include information, give them service, provide them with public service delivery effectively in our government portals, and in general, how to make them comfortable for them?
Thank you. Okay. Well, again, I encourage everyone to ask at least 1 question to colleagues here. But let me, about these 2 questions, let me give the floor first to Arpine and then to Vaimin about the online services comparison between the regions and also about the vulnerable groups. Arpine, maybe you can respond briefly, and then Vaimin.
Thank you, Dennis. I think the most important thing that we can highlight from a survey, and it has its own methodology of doing it, right? We're assessing the availability of the service of 20 different types of services online. And the European countries tend to provide them in a fuller package. As I mentioned, nearly 70% of the countries in Europe, there are 34 countries in Europe, 43 countries in Europe offer all 20 services. And the rest of the countries offer up to 20 services, but way above like 14, 15. So they might be missing 1 or 2 services that we're assessing. In the Asia region in general, there are countries that offer all 20, but there are also countries that offer as little as probably 10 or, I don't remember the exact numbers, but the dispersion of the countries that offer a range of services is higher in Asia region in general. In Central Asia region, as I showed the numbers, you also have a rather big differences between the number of services offered. So our survey looks into the availability of the service online. So we're not looking into how user-friendly that service is, or some other aspects of it. We do more granular analysis whether the service can be it's just about the information about the service, or you can do this make use of the service online in all full steps. And in 2022 survey, you will see more analysis on that. But the important thing is we look into availability of the service. In other researches and then other studies on e-government development, just to highlight here that European countries and countries in general advanced in digital government tend to offer services around life events and make them very user-friendly and intuitive to find them on their website. So for example, if your baby is born, you could automatically be prompted to not only do the birth registration, but also go to the kindergarten, or then a few years later, there will be prompting or like procedure described for you how to enroll your child in the school, and then what other services are available there, what packages are available for the baby, of the state support, for example. So the government looks in a more holistic view of the type of things that are necessary for a person to go through the life event. And that tends to be a tendency among countries that are, moving into digital transformation faster. But what we're doing in our survey is actually we're not, giving bonuses for countries for that. We're looking whether the service is available and provided as such at any format. So there's no specific way for us to say, if the country is providing around the life events is a better one than the other one that doesn't. That's not what we're doing.
Thank you.
Fahmin can address the question on the vulnerable groups, correct?
Thank you, Arpine. Yes, Fahmin, if you would like to respond, please.
Yes, I think there is an opportunity for me to connect the two questions together. One trend that we see in Europe leading globally, not just Asia, is the part of how they provide also services to the vulnerable groups and also through e-participation. And in part, that could be because that the Europe, there's also the regional digital agenda of EU that help to give the clear focus of the European member states, the EU member states. And to answer the question on vulnerable groups, how to improve the services, again, I can link to data governance. It's important to have data on the vulnerable groups, and we are also looking at specific services to the specific vulnerable groups, such as older people, youth, the migrants, the persons with disabilities. So we do have questions that look into each of these vulnerable groups, and we actually hope country that will actually pay specific attention to tailor the needs of these groups. And this is actually beyond just the information, but also some services, and some of which they will also be challenged by the lack of connectivity of these vulnerable groups. Back to you, Dennis. Thanks.
Thank you, Fahmin. And I see another question about the criteria for cities to participate in local online service index. As moderator, I would like to take that question and share a bit more about the local online service index. If you can, I think you can see my my slides about this, and I'm hoping this will respond to that question. First of all, like Arpine mentioned, local online service index is only looking at the municipality portal, city portal. And it has four main areas: technology, content provision, services provision, and participation and engagement. So it doesn't have human capital or technological infrastructure index, because we don't have those data at the city level. So we really don't know a number of internet users or adult literacy at city level. So that data is not disaggregated at the city level. And LOCI is only looking at the city portals. So from that perspective, it's a very uniform comparison among cities. And why? How we can what is the criteria for cities? Basically, in order to cover a largest population, we decided to look at the largest city in each country. And as Arpine mentioned, we started with 40 cities in 2018, 100 in 2020, and we will be looking at 193 in 2022. Of course, this will be challenging. And with that, I just want to show you this this questionnaire, and I will seek your help, participants' help, to help us to connect us with the right people from local government offices in your respective countries. So we have also a questionnaire. This is a preparatory survey to do the assessment at the local level. We call it local government questionnaire. It's basically a few pages of set of questions about the city, its capabilities for delivering public services online. So far, we have received response not only from the region, but from the larger region. We have received response from Almaty, but we are still waiting for a response from other cities in the region. So if you could help us to connect us with the right people, I can type my email in the chat, so you can help us with that. And the same applies also for member states questionnaire, MSQ. And we will, maybe my colleagues can also share which countries we are missing from the region, if any, and we can mention that. And that could help us. So maybe let's, with that small intervention from about LOSI, let's see if there are any further questions.
I believe, Dennis, I believe there is a question in the chat. I will read it in Russian for translators to change it. Перечень государственных услуг, недостающих в азиатском секторе, можно получить? So the question is whether the list of the online services in the public sector, can we receive them? If I may quickly respond. Yes, Dennis.
Yes, please.
First of all, if you look into the survey, the section on online government services, you will see that the 20 services that are that I mentioned in the presentation are actually listed, not in the form of questions, but in the form of services itself. So you will have a pretty good sense of what services we're looking into the government sector. The services for the vulnerable groups, the specific ones, there is a subheading on the vulnerable groups, and then we outline there what kind of things we look other than information for the people who are more vulnerable. This in 2022, there will be slight changes on that, and we will expand a number of things that we're looking in terms of services, but it shouldn't preclude you from understanding what is the larger picture. And also, please be mindful that in general, the data for the region, Asia, for example, region is it's one of the biggest regions in general after Africa. It's 47 countries in that region, and they have very wide sort of range of development stage, from very high forerunner countries in the government development to countries which are really, really low in their government development. So that makes the numbers in general in Asia compared to other regions, for example, Europe, slightly low, but you need to be mindful that within Asia region, there are countries that are very well comparable with the world's top leaders and countries which are lagging behind, just the same as many countries in Africa, for example. So you need to be specific with the data search and range of data that you're looking into.
Thank you. Thank you, Arpine, for clarifying the services related to Asia and other regions. If there are no questions, right now, I just want to share a brief summary of the consultations we had, and then let's see if that could trigger some questions from the participants. As my colleagues mentioned earlier, we did 5 consultations between 5th of May and 17th of June on the methodology of the survey. This is in preparation for the 2022 edition. And we asked basically very generic questions about the methodology, e-participation, local online service index, and also EGDI. And I think it was shared earlier in the chat, the outcomes of these consultations. There's a PDF file that one of my colleagues shared. I just want to highlight the main things that I think member states and other stakeholders considered important. For example, about EGDI, there was a recommendation to change the weight. Some member states thought that online service index should have a bit higher weight than the current weight, which is 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. There was also a recommendation on expanding the section on COVID-19 response and recovery. Measure the connection between digital agenda and national development plan of countries. And some of these recommendations, while they are very helpful, it may be not feasible for us to implement, but we listed regardless everything. About the online service index, there were again, give more weight to OSI, online service index, while less to human capital index, and also provide detailed rankings for online service index according to pillars, domains, or teams as much as possible. So I understand from here, people want to see rankings maybe for services, like we had some questions here from the panelists, from the participants. Assess the nature of services provided and their usefulness to the population, especially in relation to e-decision making, e-consultation. I think this is related to, okay, there are so many services, but who is using them? Are they really used? Okay, LOCI, again, increase the weight of services cluster in comparison to other classes. As I mentioned, in LOCI, there are 4 main areas: services, participation, content, and technical features. So people think that services should have more weight. Right now, we have equal weight. Human capital index, this is not surprising. Capture how people acquire digital skills, such as through apprenticeships, learning programs, etc. So this is, digital skills. How to measure digital skills? This is a very challenging, and we are lacking data. Any feedback from the participants will be very much appreciated. Add additional, for the infrastructure, add additional parameters for resilience of telecommunication infrastructure. This resilience came up a lot during the pandemic when everyone is using their devices. So, but how do we do that? Again, that's a question maybe to all of us. There were some more technical suggestions, such as merging mobile broadband subscription with fixed broadband subscription, etc. So let me stop here and see if this is generating any interest, any question. I see in the chat. Okay, this is the earlier link to the consultation file. Yeah. I don't see any hand. Maybe with that, then we will conclude this session a bit earlier. We have allocated, I know, 75 minutes, but we are finishing in 1 hour, which is also a good thing. It will give us more time for the upcoming session. So we in this session we heard a lot. We heard a lot about the e-government development index and its subcomponents, and I see that there were questions were mainly on the online services and vulnerable groups, and also services compared to regions. And my colleagues emphasized that digital divides still exist in the region, and they highlighted the 6 sectors: social protection, education, employment, health, justice, and environment. I think what I take from this session is there is a lot of interest on the services by using different channels, and I think we should maybe think more about how we can give maybe more visibility, more weight to services, and also the different rankings, I mean, such as open data or online service in OSI, more visibility on that. Let me ask panelists if they have anything final to add, or Vincenzo, if you want to chip in and say, Arpine or Vaimin.
I think from my side, I would just to add, thank you, Dennis. And I think from my side, I would just add that if you have questions after you get a better look into the methodology in the survey, please feel free to contact us. The details are provided. They will be with the IAJAN, with our co-organizers as well. On our website, you can reach out. You can, let us know your concerns as as you get better understanding of how our survey works, and as well as if you have any good recommendations. As Dennis said, we're doing every 2 years consultations on improving the methodology, and then good suggestions always, are considered. That's it from my side.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you,
could I intervene?
Yes,
yes,
sure.
please.
I have not a question, but more of a recommendation from our side, Kazakhstan. I want to talk about LOSI. You said that you are not considering the TI and human capital for the regions, for cities, I mean, because you don't have information about region information, yes? But the country itself, I think, does have information about its regions, and if there will be some country which will be more than ready to participate, like a pilot project for provide information of its regions about the online service index, telecommunication infrastructure, and human capital, I think that it will make a huge benefit for the country, because if we take from the perspective that you are conducting your survey, your index, like rating, becomes a step for the country, like idea to start making actions for improving digital government. And if we take the perspective from the government view and make a country in a rating, I think that for the regions like cities, it will become very beneficial, because we will understand what particular cities and regions are not effective in terms of providing services, or maybe they don't have a lot of infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructure, or they're not very proficient in digital skills, or there's low adult literacy. And the main idea, what I'm trying to say, is that making country inner smaller ratings analogous to HDI.
Yes. If I may respond to that, and I'm sorry, I missed your name and
My name is Samir.
Okay. So about the LOSI, even though there are no data at the city level for human capital and infrastructure, technical infrastructure, this doesn't prevent assessing cities, and I think in a way it's more it's more a one-to-one comparison of city portals. So I think having data in the future, and as you suggested, getting in touch with city officials or government officials can be beneficial. But regardless, LOSI is moving forward, and I just want to highlight that, for example, This started with China. LOCI features that we assess, all of them are available in the annexes, and an organization in China took these features and assessed a number of cities in China and compared the cities within the country. So this is one way of benefits of LOCI. And right now we have pilots happening in Brazil and in Lebanon. So there are many cities using the LOCI features to compare each other to other cities in the same country. So this is one way of using LOCI. So for that, if you need further details, you can get in touch with us, and we will be happy to provide. And there are also other interests. I think it was Mongolia who wanted to do similar assessment in LOCI for the cities in the country. Arpine, did you want to add something?
No, not really. I think you already comprehensively covered the part of the comparison. Just to add from the methodological point of view, it's in a way doesn't undermine the LOCI comparison local level, that element of it, because if you think about it, all other countries that we're collecting the data for human capital and infrastructure at the national level, and part of it, and it goes into the assessment of LOCI, it's still the same way for the national. So in the comparison of LOCI versus OCI, it does not, undermine the findings of the LOCI assessment. So while it would have been great, as Dennis said, to have more detailed data on the infrastructure and human capital at the country level, the results as such right now statistically does not challenge the findings, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Vincenzo wants to intervene as well, I guess.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Arpine. So now I think we are coming to end. Before we go to coffee break, I would like to give the floor to Vincenzo for some final remarks and reflections. Vincenzo, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dennis. No, I'm not going to give final remarks. We are still in the middle of this very interesting workshop. This is the second day. I wanted just to highlight that this workshop is very important for us also to, in order to get feedback from you. So please use as much as possible also the chat or talk with your focal point, and feel free to address any questions, to provide any feedback, and also to share more information that you believe are important for us in order to also enhance and improve the methodology, and also to share more information that you believe are useful for not only in the country, in the regions, but also for the other countries. So I wanted just to highlight this, and I want to congratulate to everyone for this very useful and fruitful meeting. Thanks. Back to you.
Yes, thank you, Vincenzo. And as you said, while we did the consultations in May and June, we received constant communication from member states throughout the year. So you can reach us to any time. Please look at the outcome of the consultation document, the PDF that was shared, and give your feedback. So let me thank everyone again, to panelists and to participants, and let's conclude this session here. According to agenda, I understand there is coffee break, so maybe the organizers can advise when to come back.
Yeah, Dennis, thank you. We had been in touch with the co-organizer Sayajan, and I believe because we haven't gone too far into the day, probably we can save on the coffee break right now and then have the break a little bit later when people get more tired. And then I can happily move to, introducing the session 4 objectives, and then proceed with the session 4.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, let me share the screen. Okay, can you see? Could you confirm that you can see the screen? Because I don't see it from my end.
Yes, we see. Please make it presentation mode.
Okay. So the objectives of the session 3. First, I think let me just focus on what the title of the session 3 is. Is that e-government?
Arpine, session 4, right?
Yes, sorry. So the session 4 objectives are is to relate the national development plans and priorities to innovation and digital government transformation, and explore public value and innovation for social inclusion to leave no one behind. So we hope also during this session to discover some of the principles, practice, and value of design thinking and innovation labs for digital government transformation, and learn about innovative public-private partnerships. So to that end, we have a number of presentations by countries, presentations by our consultants, but we would like to start with the first activity of the session and give the floor back to the countries with a 2-minute presentation or intervention from each country. You know, if you could quickly highlight how innovation and digital transformation can help achieve your national development priorities. I know that Zura and Ayajan has earlier communicated to you about this presentation. I hope you had a chance to prepare yesterday and today. So the floor is yours. Ayajan, if I may ask you just to give the floors to each of the country so that they can intervene. You can raise the hands and I will be happy to do it from here, but let's spend the next 10 minutes on discussing the how innovation and digital transformation can help achieve national development priorities. I'll stop sharing now.
Thank you, Arpine. I think we have our colleague. He represents Ministry of Digital Development. His name is Mr. Oljas Teleukazi Ulo. So I think he can answer to this question correctly. So Oljas, if you can hear us.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги и участники сегодняшнего семинара. Мне очень приятно присутствовать на этом семинаре и приветствую вас от имени Министерства цифрового развития, инноваций и аэрокосмической промышленности. Казахстан в рамках своих действующих программ поставил себе амбициозную цель войти в 30-ку конкурентоспособных стран мира. Мы себе прекрасно понимаем, что инновации, они не могут быть в стороне. Инновации – это ключ к успеху. Если говорить о международных рейтингах, которые представлен сегодня Казахстан, понятно, из года в год где-то есть и темпы увеличения в международных рейтингах ГИК-ВЭФа по показателю инновационный потенциал. Где-то есть и уменьшение, допустим, по Bloomberg Innovation Яндекс. Но мы понимаем, что этот метод опроса инновационной деятельности в Казахстане, он разнится с мнением респондентов, которые опрашиваются наши субъекты малого, среднего и крупного бизнеса. Поэтому мы себе ставим задачу достичь к 2025 году позицию 70-е место в рейтинге «Инновационный потенциал». Для выстраивания, достижения данной задачи мы себе в рамках действующих государственных программ основной фокус делаем на человеческий капитал, компетенцию, так называемую. Вы знаете, что президентом Елбасы в 1992 году была обозначена программа международная «Болашак», которая дает право нашим лучшим ученикам, студентам обучаться в лучших вузах мира. Но эта программа, понятно, что показала определенные результаты. Сегодня выпускники этой программы работают в лучших лабораториях мира и представлены во всех странах. Но основной акцент сегодня в действующей программе государственного образования и науки Республики Казахстан до 2025 года мы себе ставим на поднятие школьного образования и дошкольного образования. Более глубокое вовлечение и представление с наилучшими практиками доступного школьного образования. В свободное время от учебы школьники Казахстана активно вовлекаются в разные кружки, так называемые секции, вовлекаются в технопарки, в коворкинг-центры для получения тех или иных навыков, чтобы в дальнейшем найти применение в нашем развитии в целом, в инновационной деятельности Казахстана. Если говорить о первом шаге, первый шаг – это у нас человеческий капитал. Вторым шагом мы себе, как правительство, обозначили следующую задачу, чтобы экономика страны в целом, мы понимаем, что у нас сырьевая экономика страны, в основном представлены экспортоориентированные товары, это нефтегазовые отрасли и горно-металлургического комплекса. В настоящее время правительство и научные институты, научные исследовательские институты ставят себе задачу, что чем мы понимаем, что к 2020-2030 году запасы недр Казахстана могут привести к нулю. Вы знаете, что Казахстан 9-я страна по площади в мире, и мы делаем себе фокус на агропромышленный комплекс, то есть на сельское хозяйство. И в данный момент вся селекционная работа сельского хозяйства нацелена на то, чтобы у нас были товары, работы и услуги представлены на рынке, в первую очередь представлены с целью экспорта этой продукции, так как рядом с Казахстаном два ближайших соседа, друга, это Российская Федерация и Китайская Народная Республика. Если говорить о мелких задачах, которые мы себе ставим, я думаю, что ни для кого не секрет, и уже всем известный факт, что в Казахстане предоставляется более 100 государственных мер государственной поддержки. Если позволите, то могу об одной остановиться более подробно. В рамках действующего законодательства у нас имеется мера государственной поддержки «Инновационный грант». Это так называемая сумма, предоставляемая малому и среднему бизнесу с целью вовлечения и получения результатов НИОКР и их дальнейшего внедрения на предприятиях страны. Также в рамках данной меры мы предоставляем возможность малому, среднему и крупному бизнесу, кто непосредственно подтверждает результаты НИОКРа внедрения на предприятии соответствующим актом внедрения, налоговые послабления, то есть вычеты от ряда налогов, которые имеются в Казахстане, это в частности от корпоративного подоходного налога, от индивидуального подохода, научного, работающий над тем, чтобы внедрить инновации на производстве. Коротко, вот я, коллеги, в течение 2-3 минут постарался выразить основные наши подходы страновые и привести на примерах, которые имеются у нас непосредственно на производстве. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое. Thank you very much for interesting presentation. Ayhan, do you see anyone else ready?
Maybe we can ask our colleagues from Uzbekistan or Kyrgyzstan. I see the MITC Uzbekistan, Mirzohid Haydarov, and your team is here. Do you have any comments? And we can see...
Добрый день, меня зовут Джахангир Шкуров. Думаю, всем слышно?
Да, Джахангир, очень хорошо слышно.
Я являюсь начальником управления цифрового стратегического развития Министерства информационных технологий Республики Узбекистан. Пользуясь случаем, хотел бы вкратце остановиться именно по результатам цифровизации, работы, которые ведутся нами за последние 3 года. В частности, на сегодняшний день в нашей стране цифровизация является на передовом вместе, так как мы недавно приняли стратегию «Цифровой Узбекистан 2030», которая определяет дальнейшее на 10 лет наши основные вектора нашего развития именно в плане цифровизации. В данной стратегии мы определили для себя основные направления. Первое – это развитие телекоммуникационной инфраструктуры. Второе – это дальнейшее развитие системы электронного правительства. Третье – это у нас развитие в целом цифровой экономики, цифровой экосистемы и цифровой индустрии. И последнее – это у нас цифровое образование. За последние проведенные реформы, за последние 3 года, нами удалось осуществить много задач, успешно реализовать их. В частности, если мы будем останавливаться более подробнее в части электронных государственных услуг, то в первую очередь нами было запущено единый портал интерактивных государственных услуг в новой редакции, в новом именно версии. На данном портале на сегодняшний день уже внедрено более 250 интерактивных госуслуг. На сегодняшний день нами уже ведутся дополнительные работы по увеличению данного количества. Основной упор, что мы делаем, это движутся именно документы, а не люди. А также, исходя из положительного опыта банковской сферы, мы тоже вот постепенно уже внедряем такую систему, где государственные услуги для народа, а не народ для госуслуг. Вот это основной момент, который вот мы сейчас на сегодняшний день обращаем внимание. В первую очередь, при внедрении интерактивных услуг мы пытаемся именно увеличить свое внимание на проактивные услуги, чтобы было людям легче получить одновременно с одного места уже 2-3 услуги, которые сопутствующие между собой. По итогам первого полугодия данного года услугами единого портала уже воспользовались более 2,5 миллиона раз, что позволило сэкономить населению более 18 миллиардов сумм. То есть в них выходят, как вы знаете, транспортные, бумажные расходы и другие сопутствующие услуги. Также с этого года нами было отменено истребование госорганами от населения и субъектов предпринимательства более 20 видов различных документов при оказании различного рода услуг, что позволило сэкономить более 2 миллиардов сумм в год. Также, если будем остановиться по реализации систем, стоит отметить, что согласно принятым программам по цифровизации, в текущем и в прошлом году было внедрено более 80 информационных систем и ресурсов в системах госорганов, которые вот дали свои положительные эффекты. Если будем говорить об основных системах, в нашей стране 60% ВВП и самой экономики как бы занимает место именно социальный сектор. Как бы основные расходы идут именно на поддержку, на развитие данного сектора. Исходя из этого, нами была внедрена большая система, единый социальный реестр, которая уже работает во всех наших регионах республики, и более миллиона семей на сегодняшний день получают пособие посредством данной системы. Как бы назначают пособие и до получения необходимых средств. На сегодняшний день налажен электронный взаимообмен данными с информационными системами более 15 министерств и ведомств, в которых уже обмениваются более 40 видов информации именно в рамках работы данной системы, что позволило автоматически определить и формировать перечень лиц, имеющих потребность в получении пособий или материальной помощи. Это тоже очень большая и хорошая система. Также, если будем останавливаться в части образования, то внедрена единая электронная система управления государственными образовательными учреждениями, в котором имеется база более уже 5 миллионов учеников или 400 тысяч учителей по всей нашей республике. Если будем останавливаться в части мобильного доступа, то есть, конечно, если единый портал будет работать, то это хорошо, но учитывая, что именно население Центральной Азии более большое количество является молодежь, то, как мы знаем, молодежь больше всего является мобильным и пользуется мобильными технологиями. Учитывая это, мы запустили новую версию мобильного приложения единого портала интерактивных госуслуг, в котором уже на сегодняшний день внедрено более 40 услуг и сервисов. Мы планируем уже до конца года довести их количество до 100. Это тоже будет очень полезным для населения именно в период пандемии. Также немаловажно отметить, рейтинг цифровизации регионов нами было налажено именно в этом году, так как без оценки, без мониторинга развития именно цифровизации в целом отрасли невозможно. Поэтому нами каждый квартал проводится оценка развития, какие регионы развиваются активно, какие регионы отстают, какие министерства передовые, какие министерства в каких направлениях затрудняются именно в цифровизации. Вот это мы каждый квартал ведем оценку, мониторинг и выявляем вот эти аномалии. Это тоже нам очень помогает определить точки соприкосновения, которые нам нужно еще больше обратить внимание. Также в нашей стране имеет большую роль и реальный сектор экономики, в котором у нас работают много хозяйствующих органов, акционерных обществ, которые тоже очень много доли имеют в нашем ВВП. В части из них тоже много было внедрено систем ERP и CRM, системы, которые предназначены на производственную часть. Если будем остановиться в части образования, то введено в эксплуатацию более 146 учебных центров цифровых технологий по всей республике. В каждых районах мы создали центры для повышения квалификации населения, которые живут непосредственно в сельской местности. На сегодняшний день обучились более 20 тысяч слушателей, 48%, которые являются женщинами. Это тоже очень хороший результат. Также активно ведутся проект «1 миллион программистов» по всей республике, в котором наша молодежь в основном обучаются и владеют именно знаниями и навыками в части программирования, в части навыков аналитики. И это уже дает свои плоды. Уже этот проект мы реализуем за последние 2 года. Уже более 244 тысяч учеников получили сертификаты, а также более 175 тысяч сертификатов об окончании данного курса. Стоит отметить, что именно если анализировать контингент, то 37% именно, которые проходили обучение, являются женщины, а остальные мужчины. Это тоже очень хороший результат. Они уже, которые ребята заканчивают, они уже активно идут на работу именно в части программирования. Также мы во всех регионах открываем IT-школы специализированные. На сегодняшний день 14 IT-школ уже работают в нашей республике, в котором уже принято более 800 учеников. Они уже начали в этом году учебу. Мы в этом году уже открываем еще дополнительно 84 таких IT-школ. Уже во всех регионах планируем постепенно открывать. Это тоже очень хорошее направление. В вкратце хотел остановиться в этом направлении. Спасибо большое.
Большое спасибо вам. Очень интересные данные, очень интересная программа. Мы вчера тоже слышали презентацию от вашей команды. Мне кажется, что направлении вы в принципе задали очень много интересных моментов в презентации, которые мы будем подтверждать в течение следующих сессий. Айжан, back to you, the floor. So we've got anyone from Kyrgyzstan?
Thank you, Arpine. Thank you, Jahangir. Indeed, so many interesting topics. I see a lot of innovations and developing, especially the IT resources, IT specialists in your field. I hope there is our colleagues from Kyrgyzstan. I saw the Indira Шаршенова, she was here. Индира, если вы меня слышите, Чингиз Аманатов.
Уважаемые коллеги, я до сих пор здесь, очень внимательно слушаю достижения. Спасибо за информацию.
Спасибо вам, что вы с нами. Здесь вопрос вот задавали. Как инновации и цифровая трансформация могут помочь в достижении национальных приоритетов развития вашей страны? С вашей командой уже готовы ответы. Вот презентовали коллеги наши из Узбекистана, Казахстана. Может, вы сможете поделиться также опытом Кыргызстана. Я думаю, если вам нужно время, вы можете, в принципе, у нас есть еще время подготовиться. Может быть, коллеги из Таджикистана готовы ответить. Абу-Бакр Пиров, я вижу, что вы здесь.
Да, спасибо, уважаемая Индира, за предоставленное слово. Все, я могу говорить, рассказывать про...
Вы можете ответить на вопрос. Сейчас как раз коллеги поделились опытом развития инноваций и цифровой трансформации. Как именно цифровая трансформация, инновации помогают в достижении ваших национальных приоритетов страны?
Спасибо. Ну, в целом, сейчас на данный момент со стороны Министерства промышленности и новых технологий Республики Таджикистан до конца декады месяца октября планируется доработка закона о технологических парках Республики Таджикистан, где туда будут включены в том числе и создание информационно-технологических парков с включением налоговых, таможенных и других преференций. Также, если по результатам пройтись, то было достигнуто совершенствование нормативно-правовых документов в области IT-индустриализации. И планируется создать первый IT-парк в городе Душанбе, который будет включать экосистему по всему Таджикистану и его регионам, где любая IT-компания или стартап из любого географического района может зарегистрироваться в парке высоких технологий, чтобы воспользоваться данными вышеназванными льготами. Также планируется создание совета по цифровизации при правительстве Республики Таджикистан. Совет будет заниматься решением вопросов, проблем и вызовов в сфере IT-индустрии, улучшением широкополосной инфраструктуры и политики. Также недавно был при поддержке Министерства промышленности и новых технологий и правительства Республики Таджикистан была открыта первая лаборатория искусственного интеллекта в Центральной Азии в городе Душанбе. И данная лаборатория ориентирована на обучение молодых граждан в области искусственного интеллекта. И основателем данной лаборатории является молодой таджикистанец Азиджон Азими. Также в данной лаборатории проходится программа 10-недельного обучения, где первые 3 недели будут проводиться 75-минутные интерактивные уроки по различным дисциплинам. И также необходимо отметить, что в текущем году планируется разработать национальную стратегию развития искусственного интеллекта до 2026 года. И по IT-индустриализации Министерство промышленности и новых технологий ставит перед собой следующие цели. Это один из них, который является создание экстерриториальной свободной экономической зоны на территории страны с целью развития IT-индустрии, содействие в подготовке высококвалифицированных кадров в сфере IT, а также содействовать созданию новых рабочих мест и в обеспечении работы населения. Также увеличить долю IT-индустрии в ВВП страны. Таким образом, планируется в общем улучшить IT-экосистему, инфраструктуру для внедрения передовых технологий в экономику страны. Спасибо.
Спасибо вам большое, Абубакр. Thank you so much, Arpine. I think we have only colleagues from Kyrgyzstan is left to present. Индира, готовы ли с коллегами презентовать, тоже поделиться опытом вашей страны? I also see Chingiz Amanatov from Kyrgyzstan. He's also representing the team today of Kyrgyzstan. Индира Шаршенова. Коллеги, вы можете сказать, если вы готовы презентовать. Если нет, то, я думаю, можно будет чуть позже или можем, в принципе, дать время.
Have to be very formal. I think if they can just quickly share a couple of directions, I know that it can't be very comprehensive. We can complete with the session and move forward. If they need more time, then probably we need to just move forward and then get them the floor at a later stage.
I think our colleagues from Kyrgyzstan are still discussing among their teams. Yes, there is can be very formal, just to define 2 or 3 couples of directions in the way of development innovations in the country. Colleagues, Indira. Indira, we cannot hear you. Indira, мы вас не слышим. Индира, мы вас не слышим.
Слышите?
Да, все, прекрасно.
Уважаемые коллеги, меня зовут Шаршенова Индира. Я представляю Кыргызскую республику. Конечно, как бы по программе говорили, что выступит Чингиз Аманатов. Давайте я, в чем мы достигли результатов, да, где что реализовано.
Я прошу прощения, Индира, да, у нас будет далее уже в сессии кейс успешных выступлений Кыргызстана, но сейчас у нас идет интерактивное задание, в котором буквально на пару минут вы можете в общих чертах рассказать и ответить на этот вопрос, как инновации, цифровая трансформация могут помочь в достижении национальных приоритетов развития. Ну, не обязательно рассказывать в деталях. Я думаю, ваш коллега сегодня, Буржуев Азамат, уже дальше расскажет, потому что у нас дальше по программе ваша презентация успешного кейса страны.
Ну, если вопрос стоит таким образом, как бы какие приоритетные направления, я так поняла, мы развивали и в чем это может выразиться в достижении государственного предприятия, услуг в электронном формате, образования, это все же вызванное коронавирусной пандемией. Были приняты решения определенного Face ID, то есть идентификации гражданина, в том числе и удаленной идентификации гражданина, для того, чтобы идентифицировать этого гражданина и предоставлять, ну, как бы развивать услуги в этой части. Были являются вот эти все же информационные системы управления образованием, которые включают, начиная от онлайн-бронирования, заканчивая выпуском и ведением базы данных, которые оканчивают высшее учебное заведение. И там весь спектр услуг, оно реализовано, но, конечно же, есть некоторые доработки, которые мы хотим это сделать, реализации. Это решает очень много, особенно бизнесу очень много помогло, наши определенные решения, которые мы выразили в части идентификации гражданина. Это те же самые биометрическая идентификация гражданина с помощью облачной электронной подписи, какие-то технологии, облачные технологии были применены нами. Еще как могу комментировать, если есть именно какой-то сфере вопрос, я готова ответить.
Спасибо вам большое, Индира. Thank you so much, Indira, for sharing a short overview. I'd like to ask any other comments from the participants and our speakers. Is there any additional, maybe, recommendations and presentations?
Уважаемый модератор.
Да. Алло. Мы вас слышим.
Уважаемый модератор, разрешите его ужасти вас зовут?
Конечно.
Олжас, мы вас слышим.
Ага. Я послушал участников, наших коллег из наших соседних стран, поэтому на промышленности Казахстана. Мы следим, что происходит в мире. Мы создали
не слышно.
Олжас, вы сейчас пропадаете, сейчас вас очень плохо слышно. Олжас, у вас звук пропадает, вас очень плохо слышно. Давайте попробуем еще раз. Rupine, I think Oljas is trying to reconnect.
Yeah.
Let's
Maybe if you don't mind, I think we will have a possibility to have another group discussion right after the presentation. With your permission, guys, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Dimis Michailidis. He is the managing director of Performa Consulting, and he will be, talking today at the presentation for the next 10 minutes or so on design thinking and innovation. Labs for digital government. I have noticed that many of the participants from different countries today, even when mentioning about the national development priorities and the actions that they are doing about it, have mentioned about the AI lab, for example, in Dushanbe, or digital labs in Uzbekistan, or human capital development efforts, directed at improving the IT and digital skill sets of the population. So these are all elements of the digital innovation for the digital government. And I hope you will find interesting Dimis's presentation. It will be followed by a group activity on the ways that design thinking and innovation labs can add value to the service in delivery of the specific countries. So both of the activities will be managed by Dimis. So I would like to give the floor to him and be on standby for any questions. Dimis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Arpine, and good evening, everybody, or good morning, everybody, depending on which part of the world you are at. I will share my screen. So that I may share with you design thinking and innovation labs for digital government. So in the next 10 minutes, I will make a short presentation on what design thinking and innovation labs are. And then I will ask you, well, how might these be used in your countries, in your public service activities? So, design thinking and innovation labs are, if you like, two elements of a new social innovation infrastructure. Design thinking is a problem-solving methodology. It's one that invites collaborative, creative thinking and action. Now, innovation labs are institutions, and we will see that there's a diversity of institutions that can be called innovation labs. And these serve as innovation intermediaries that support teams and organizations in their innovative activities. So let's go to the methodology first. Design thinking is first and foremost a human-centered innovation method. What does it do? Well, essentially, it's a problem-solving method. You have a problem, you want to get to a solution. Usually, we are talking about solving wicked problems or complex challenges, if you prefer. It's not problems that have one solution. It's usually problems that can have many, many different solutions. So design thinking is the methodology. And what are the characteristics of this methodology? Problems are solved in sequential stages. And then, and this is interesting, at each stage, we apply first creative thinking, or divergent thinking is what it used to be called, then critical thinking, convergent thinking. I'll go through these, the stages and the creative and critical thinking. I'll go over it right now. So what are these sequential stages? Well, first of all, I will present 5. There are other models that have 4 and other models that have 6. It's not that important, but the logic is. The logic is that we begin to look at a complex problem by investigating facts. But not only facts, feelings as well, because in the end, we will be delivering some kind of value to people. So we are guided by empathy, by putting ourselves in the position of our stakeholders or our beneficiaries. So we investigate facts and feelings, and we're guided both by empathy, but also by solid research. And that's when we move on to define. Now, you might say, but we've already defined our problem. Well, problems can be defined in many, many different ways, and it's good to do some groundwork before you actually define. In this stage, we define the problem or challenge. In this presentation, I use the word problem and challenge interchangeably. So based on our analysis, our insights and opportunities, we define our problem or our challenge. Sometimes we might even have to break up the challenge into 3 or 4 different challenges that are better approached separately before we bring them back together again. The third one is ideate. And this is what's, if you like, the more modern part. It's the realization that we are all creative, all people are creative. And this is where we imagine many different solutions. And then we evaluate the many to select the best. Once we've done that, we're just about halfway, because after that, we need to prototype the best. We need to demonstrate that it works. So we need to create a practical solution, and we call it a working prototype. And then, of course, stage 5, we move on to test that prototype. So, and once we've tested it, if it works, fine. If it doesn't work, we go back, make a new prototype. So we iterate, if you like, and we mobilize for implementation. So these are the stages, and what distinguishes design thinking from other types of problem-solving methods is not only the stages, but the approach of using at each stage first creative thinking and then critical thinking. Now, both creative and critical thinking are very useful, but they're not very good friends. They don't work well at the same time. Creative thinking, you have to suspend judgment, no criticism. You have to try to go beyond reason to enter the world of fantasy. You need lots of solutions. And of course, creative thinking by itself doesn't solve the problem. You have a list of possibilities. And that's the time to go into critical thinking, to organize your ideas, then you bring back judgment and critical thinking and select the best and move on. Now, design thinking thrives in an environment that has certain features, certain characteristics, like teamwork. It's essentially a methodology for working in teams. It thrives when you meet the users yourself, when we really go out and meet those people for whom we are working, if you like. And we use all sorts of different tools. I could spend a lot of time sharing a few with you. I don't have all that time, but we use things like sticky notes and different types of exchanges, and of course, plenty of online tools as well. We prototype, so we are practical, we go out and test things. And this is very important as well. We fail frequently. We learn and we move on. It's okay to fail. That's part of the testing. Not everything we test will work equally well. So these, if you like, are characteristics of design thinking. Now, design thinking has been used, is being used for social innovation. And these are just some examples. It was used in Madagascar's National Community Nutrition Program, in which the World Bank worked with the government and used design thinking to reduce chronic childhood malnutrition, and very successfully so. It is being used by UNICEF to couple design thinking with traditional policy analysis, and this leads to new approaches to advocacy. Another example is Singapore. In Singapore, design thinking has been adopted as fundamental to the reimagining of Singapore, adopted by the Prime Minister, who really believes that it should be part of a national policy of growth and innovation. So this is the methodology. Now, let's look at innovation labs. Innovation labs are not one methodology. Innovation labs are institutions. They're key institutions for social innovation, for all types of innovation, but for social innovation as well. They draw on external ideas as resources. They serve as innovation intermediaries, so they get users together and other stakeholders to enable co-design. And those are the forums, if you like, that provide collaborative platforms for research, development, experimentation, but in real life contexts. And they use many methods. Many of them use design thinking and other types of thinking, systems thinking, and many different types of tools, brainstorming, situational analysis, real user interviews, prototyping, experimentation, etc. We will find innovation labs in the public sector, in the non-profit, academic, and private sector organizations. And not everybody calls them innovation labs. Some of them are standalone as non-profit organizations. Some are networks of organizations and individuals that work together on social innovation challenges. And some have a more technical orientation, others have a more social orientation. So an innovation lab is not one structure that fits everything. And in fact, in public service, we know of innovation labs that are live in Pakistan, which is mainly volunteer-based, working with government and non-profits. In Chile, again, it's a civic innovation lab, which builds relations between governments and citizens. In Mexico City, it's a city lab, obviously. It's hybrid, again, facilitates collaboration and dialogue or teamwork, if you like. And AfriLabs is different. AfriLabs is 225 innovation labs or centers in 47 countries. And AfriLabs is a forum that brings these together. It's one big innovation lab that share, or 225 innovation labs, if you like, that share their work and expertise through AfriLabs. Now, this was a quick presentation, and I will now invite you, and I would really ask you to give me your own ideas. You have a methodology and you have an institution, design thinking and innovation labs. Now, the methodology is because social problems are usually complex problems. And this is why design thinking is in many ways better than stop-go thinking or more traditional analytical thinking. So we know that these can help advance digital government and public service delivery. Many models, many successes. Now, I would like to ask you to think about the question, In what ways might design thinking and innovation labs add value to public service delivery in your country? Just think about how a new, novel problem-solving methodology with an institution that can really deliver and really brings people together. It's not abstract. The methodology might be a little bit abstract, but the institution is there. So how might these add value to public service delivery in your country? To do this, I will stop sharing my PowerPoint and I will share a whiteboard. And here is the whiteboard. I'll try and make it readable for everybody. In what ways might design thinking and innovation labs add value to public service delivery in your country? Now, if you go to your, if you look at the base of your screen, where you have a lot of things, a number of participants, you have chat, you also have whiteboard. I would invite you all to enter whiteboard and offer your idea, and do it in one sentence.
If I may quickly interject, Demis, for people to find how to write a text, please go to, when you're at the top part of the screen, when there is a green button saying that you're viewing Demis Mikhailidis' screen, there's next to it, there's a few options. Go there and select the annotate line. Once you do it, there is a toolbar that comes in with the text, with drawing options, with the stamping option, etc. Once you select the annotate, it gives you a possibility to, write a text. For example, I'm doing it right now. Test text. You can see how it works, right? You can change the text color. Say, for example, if you want to have it in a different color, you can make it red, right? And or different. So I just undid it. Yeah.
Arpine, I'm trying also, but I cannot find. So I should go to demonstration.
View options. Go to view options. Click it down, and there should
view options in the top. Okay, in the top.
The top. There should be an annotate. In Russian, it would be probably annotaция, depending on what Zoom options you're using.
Краткое масштабирование, запрос дистанционного управления.
Сразу
параллель, комментировать.
Комментировать. Annotate,
комментировать. Все, да. Будет такая вот сверху панель настройки просмотра, и вам нужно выбрать вот комментировать, и у вас выйдет доска и все вот функционалы.
Вы можете писать от руки, как только что Зура продемонстрировала, или можете выбрать текст-бокс, там это вторая слева кнопочка, и просто напечатать там.
Thank you very much for the Is everybody clear on how to do this technically?
I hope so. И если есть вопросы, как это технически сделать, скажите, пожалуйста. У нас есть время.
Казахстан, коллеги, вам понятно, да, как делать? Осет.
I just wrote yes.
Okay. So we need to put answer in one sentence to this question. Коллеги из Кыргызстана, Индира, Санжар, у вас получается? Разобрались?
У вас Аманатов было видно, что он заходит.
А вот Чингиз Аманатов, вас не слышно, у вас микрофон включен, но мы вас не слышим. Коллеги с Узбекистана, Джахангир.
Okay, if we are having technical difficulties, then I will suggest that you answer the question in the chat line. And our interpreters will help translate these into English, because unfortunately, I do not speak Russian. So I will stop sharing the screen. I will come back to my...
Dimis, maybe let them give few minutes to try to put...
You think so? We should give it another try?
And there is a possibility to leave the comments in the chat also. I think there is no problem.
Okay. If you would, for the moment, I have a yes and a hi. So how might, in what ways can this design thinking and innovation labs, how can they help public service delivery in your countries? I'm asking for ideas. If you can't do it on the board, please do it in the chat line. Okay, here's one that comes up: elimination of bureaucracy and other administrative barriers in the field of public services. Thank you very much for contributing this. Yes, indeed, you can use design thinking and innovation labs to eliminate bureaucracy, because they are problem-solving. There's an institution and a methodology for solving problems. And thank you very much for this, because elimination of bureaucracy and administrative barriers is very much what we want when we're going into new thinking and action, like innovation and digital government. Can it redesign? There is another contribution. Thank you very much. We could redesign government services. Now, this would be an excellent way to work. We could definitely use design thinking to redesign government services, because it is a wicked and complex problem. I have another one. It's a way to research citizens' journeys, to create a citizen journey map and get feedback on issues. I would say the innovation lab is definitely that. It's collaborative in nature, and design thinking methodology is all about empathy. Remember, getting into the shoes of the user. Thank you very much for translating these. I would not understand them if they were not in English. Creative thinking helps streamline and facilitate the delivery of public services, such as proactive services. Thank you. Creative thinking is about doing new things. And if we're committed to creative thinking, then design thinking is the method, is a powerful methodology to use. Here I have, I think this is where this should go. Interviews help to find better ways to deliver service. If we begin solving a problem by first looking at the potential beneficiaries and other stakeholders that are involved, then obviously it's a much better foundation, and we will more easily get to a good outcome if we do these interviews and if we do them early on. I thank you all for contributing these. Please, please contribute more. There is a country, I think it's Spain, they actually call the innovation lab the imagination lab. So it's a place where you can really let ideas go free. Testing a hypothesis is cheaper at an early stage, very correct, and raising funding when the solution perfectly fits the problem. Thank you, that's very good. This highlights the importance of the prototype test phase of design thinking. And when we're doing design thinking for real, we will probably we might not be doing it in a formal innovation lab, but we could be. I would be tempted to ask you, just give me one public service delivery problem in your country. And I'm sure that you can use design thinking to guide and create an imaginative solution. Do we have any other contributions? Maybe in one or some of your countries, you actually have something similar. Perhaps they exist in the digital transformation ministries or departments of your governments. If they do, you might want to share.
Let me translate them. Коллеги, какие есть у нас проблемы в предоставлении государственных услуг в стране? Один пример. Вы можете здесь на доске указать. Ну или, в принципе, выступить, озвучить.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Обязательно писать, либо можно устно?
You can definitely point it out loud. Thank you. But I can't hear.
Насколько понял, вопрос был, какие сложности при предоставлении государственных услуг.
Да, верно.
В частности именно электронных государственных услуг. Ну, я считаю, самая большая проблема предоставления именно электронных, а также простых государственных услуг, это первое, это информативность. Ну, если мы предоставляем услуги в бумажном виде, как в традиционном виде, это получается информация граждан более тщательно информировать, получается. А если вы в электронном виде, это цифровая грамотность, то есть в любом стране все рекламными роликами, либо какие-нибудь вот как раз таки творческим мышлением, да, привлекать граждан к обучению, к повышению своей цифровой грамотности. Это я считаю, что ну, одни из глобальных проблем при предоставлении каких-либо услуг, именно электронных.
Спасибо,
Right. Well, methodologically, you can approach this from a design thinking point of view. And if you have an institution that is in an innovation lab, where people can go, people who want a solution can go and work in this lab and make the solution happen. You can do it, and you can do it with complex problems, even things like redesign of government services. And I know it's a complex problem. It's a complex problem because it's difficult to do, not organizationally, but culturally, and in many governments of the world. Okay, there is a contribution here. We also, through an innovation lab, and that is very true, through an innovation lab and by design thinking and prototyping, we can validate problems and understand which ones are hallucinations or which ones are simply not realistic. Because we've prototyped, we've tried to test, it hasn't worked. We failed, we go back. And it's really a shame to spend millions on what will turn out to be a hallucination. Lack of data in the information systems of state bodies. In some way, this is saying that we might be able to automate design thinking. We might be able to automate part of it and be able to accumulate and access more data more easily. But you need innovation labs, you need the human element in order to approach and solve such wicked or complex problems. Yes, there is a problem here. Regulatory legal acts do not keep pace with informatization. That is a fact. If we want them to keep pace, then maybe we should have a design thinking exercise on how to make the legal process faster. Some countries have succeeded more than others in making this happen. And I have a note here. Another benefit is the opportunity to incorporate interested parties and other stakeholders. Obviously, if you want to sell something, if you want to promote something to a group of people, the more you involve them, the more likely it is they will adopt your new ideas or new systems. Do we have any more? Let me make the suggestion that both the methodology and the institution are valuable. And if you decide to use one or the other or both, it is quite possible that you will then be able to create the type of mechanism, the type of teamwork, collaboration, and thinking that can make change happen, that can make digital transformation, digital government happen, and that can seriously improve public service delivery, not just from the technical side, but also from the human side. I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Demis. I believe you would need to stop sharing the screen so that we can go on with the next presentations. And thank you for very insightful comments from the participants. In moving forward, I believe it would have been also beneficial for us to have a look into the public value and innovations for social inclusion and leaving no one behind. Vaimin mentioned today in his presentation about the vulnerable groups. I mentioned about it. And I think we can relate back also to day one presentations, as well as, addressed by the UN Secretary, Under Secretary General and the Minister, Musin, and all other ministers who were calling for post-COVID response and recovery in more inclusive and resilient ways. So what it takes to get the innovation for social value to be more inclusive and to leave no one behind. And I invite my colleague from UNDASA UNPOK team in South Korea to deliver Mi Kyung Park to deliver a presentation about exactly that. Mi Kyung, please, the floor is yours if you're ready.
Thank you very much, Arpine. May I have my presentation uploaded in the screen, please? Thank you.
I think your voice is a little bit soft. Could you improve that?
Sure. I think there's another speaker speaking in the background. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Do you hear me well now? Okay.
Much better.
Okay. Okay. Good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Mi Kyung Park. I'm from the UN Project Office and Governance of the PIDG and UNDESA, and it is my great pleasure to deliver this presentation today on public value and innovation for social inclusion to leave no one behind. Next slide, please. This is the content of my presentation today. Next, please. Yes, next, please. First, I would like to start by introducing the principles of effective governance for sustainable development, which was endorsed by UN ÖCASAG in 2018. It includes 11 principles for effectiveness, accountability, and inclusiveness of governance. And in this slide are the 5 principles for inclusiveness and the commonly used strategies to achieve each principle. Leaving no one behind and inclusion of vulnerable groups is the overarching principle of the 2030 Agenda. And social innovation is needed to implement these principles and strategies to foster social inclusion and leaving no one behind. Next slide, please. And promoting these principles of effectiveness, accountability, and inclusiveness enhances public value, which is the core of public management. And to realize public value by promoting social inclusion and for change to happen, it's shown in this strategic triangle on the right. Public servants need to think of first, what public value is relevant to social inclusion and vulnerable groups. Second, legitimacy and how to rally the necessary support. And third, to assess the capacities to deliver on it. Next slide, please. And in general, public value has 4 key dimensions as shown in the slide. Among these, enhancing public trust and quality public service delivery are particularly relevant to social inclusion and leaving no one behind. And it is critical to put people at the core of public value. And social innovation, which can be defined as a novel solution to a social problem that's more effective, efficient, sustainable, or just than existing solutions, for which the value created accrues primarily to society as a whole, rather than private individuals, can contribute to realizing public value. Next slide, please. And with regard to vulnerability of vulnerable groups, it is important to understand that vulnerability is multifaceted with multiple and interlinked factors with intersectionality features, and that people, even within the same group, face heterogeneous vulnerabilities, and that many vulnerable people are often confronted with multiple vulnerabilities, not just one. It is also important to note and understand that vulnerability varies from situation to situation and is evolving and dynamic. So such complex and dynamic nature of vulnerabilities calls for innovative approaches and solutions to address their special needs through inclusive public service delivery. Next slide, please. However, there exist a number of obstacles and barriers to inclusive public service delivery. First, from the government or supplier side, obstacles include lack of accurate understanding of the different needs of different vulnerable groups, bureaucratic processes, segmented service delivery, and lack of efficient means of implementation, among others. And the obstacles from the citizens' side would include the lack of information about the services, the lack of literacy, skills, and channels to access and use a public service. Next, please. So in order to address such obstacles to inclusive public service delivery, innovative approaches and strategies are needed. Next, please. And in this part, I will be introducing 7 major approaches and strategies with some innovative cases. Next slide, please. First, identifying vulnerable groups and accurate understanding of their special vulnerabilities is the first stage of providing an inclusive service delivery. Through this, government can ensure that everyone is counted for and included as the beneficiaries of public service. However, many people around the world, especially the poorest and the most vulnerable groups, lack formal identifications and records such as ID cards or birth certificates, making them difficult to access essential services and entitlements. Next, please. And one initiative to address this issue is, for example, ID Poor platform of Cambodia. It's a community-driven initiative based on participation and consultation with local village residents to identify the appropriate poor households for better targeting and accurately distributing the public welfare service benefits. And the data is updated on the online platform for sharing with other service providing stakeholders to avoid duplication. Next, please. Another case I would like to share is from China, Guizhou province, which is using big data and cloud computing to identify the real poor. They use the cloud-based big data platform to track detailed and real-time information on poor and vulnerable citizens. And another case is the use of blockchain by the World Food Program to distribute humanitarian food assistance to the refugees in Jordan, most of whom lack official identification. And by using biometric data, they can receive the aid even without the bank accounts or documents. Next. Second approach is co-designing and co-creation of services with vulnerable groups to improve citizen-centric services. Public institutions should shift from a government or supply-oriented perspective to a citizen-centric perspective. Based on an assessment of the special needs of citizens by harnessing data and other innovative methods, government is equipped to revise and redesign their services. Through engaging vulnerable groups in the public service designing and delivery processes, their specific needs can be better identified and addressed. Next, please. And here also I would like to share 2 practices. One is Paraguay's case, which used social media to increase participation of citizens from the countryside and marginalized groups in the creation of their 4th National Action Plan. And the next one is the U-Report initiative by UNICEF, which is an open source mobile messaging program for youth operated in 60 countries. With this, young people can share their information and opinions and report issues that are particularly concerned to them. Next, please. Next is participatory budgeting adopted in more than 1,500 cities around the world, through which local residents, including vulnerable groups, can propose and vote on the projects based on their real needs at the local level to allocate the budget. And in Kenya, a digital platform based on OpenStreetMap gathers and maps the feedback from the citizens down to the village level to share their prioritized needs to be reflected in the project implementation processes. Next, please. And third approach is about providing customized public services to address the special demands of vulnerable groups based on accurate understanding of the specific needs of different vulnerable groups, and also incorporating the local context. Government can provide customized services for different vulnerable groups. And for this, it is important to identify and set the priority areas and services for each vulnerable group. And ICT and frontier technologies can greatly contribute to the effectively addressing such widely ranging demands of vulnerable groups. Next, please. And here are two examples where IoT is being used to provide special services. The first one is IoT used for visually impaired residents in Warsaw, Poland, which enables them to move independently with assistance provided via their smartphones. The second one is using the sensors installed at the houses of senior citizens living alone in the Republic of Korea, which sends alarms to the emergency center when the sensors detect the emergencies. Next. And in Mexico, the Federal Telecommunications Institute created a platform to provide information for the indigenous communities and the peoples in one place. And the last practice is the digital cash transfer initiative of Togo to provide assistance to informal workers who are affected by COVID-19. People can register and receive the payment directly into their mobile money accounts, and it can be used for basic needs such as purchasing food and paying electricity bills online. Next, please. The fourth approach is simplifying the administrative processes. Government can map the service delivery processes and remove unnecessary bureaucratic steps and reduce administrative burdens for the citizens. The typical good practices of these would include one-stop shop centers, integrated single portal and mobile apps, and single sign-on on personal accounts. And government can also make efforts to remove the obstacles for vulnerable groups to access public service by, for example, providing service in multiple languages, adding special features for those with visual or hearing impairments. Next, please. And in Portugal, the National Support Centers for the Integration of Migrants provide an integrated service to receive information and address settlement issues with a single visit instead of visiting multiple offices, which cause long waits and delays impacting their legal and employment circumstances. This is done through cooperation among various public institutions for a unified working process. And another case is from Beijing, China, where all intermediate certification procedures are eliminated for the persons with disabilities to apply for assistive devices online with us signing in on one government website. Next, please. And similarly, for a rapid and effective delivery of the support measures for the small and medium enterprises, SMEs impacted by COVID-19, many OECD countries provided support such as assistance funds and digitalization support with simplified access by, for example, lifting fees and shortening approval procedures and providing an easy access to the real-time information through online platforms. Next, please. Fifth is collaborating with other stakeholders, such as the private sector, IT industry, expert groups, civil society organizations, and volunteers, and fostering innovative partnerships. Through collaboration, government can address the resource gaps by tapping on the financial, technical, and human resources, as well as the innovative ideas and skills of other stakeholders, and forge collective intelligence. And particularly, the concept of PPPP, public-private people partnership, is becoming more important to provide more people-centered services. Also, digital platforms can facilitate effective and innovative partnerships, including providing innovative mechanisms for mobilizing resources to support vulnerable groups. Next, please. This is one case from a local district of Seoul, Republic of Korea, which was one of the winners of the 2020 UN Public Service Awards. Here, the local district provides home health visits to old persons. They're building a medical welfare network, particularly in partnership with the private clinics, welfare services, and care providers. Next, please. And government can tap on the ideas and skills of citizens through open competitions or hackathons, such as the COVID-19 Challenge 2020, organized in Uzbekistan last year to call for innovative IT solutions to mitigate the COVID-19 impacts, including on vulnerable populations. It was particularly participated by many young people. It's other similar contests were introduced by our colleague from Uzbekistan yesterday. Next, the second one is the case in Singapore, using online platforms for crowdfunding initiatives to support migrant workers impacted during the COVID-19. Next, please. The sixth approach is enhancing the role of local authorities in delivering public service. Based on their proximity to citizens, local governments are in a better position to deliver local contextual services to local citizens. And it is important to improve multi-level collaboration and coordination between national and local governments, for example, with cloud computing for better information sharing and enhancing policy coherence. Next, please. The first case here to share is mapping community assets for vulnerable residents during the COVID-19 pandemic by Baltimore of the US. Through an interactive map, residents can search the special services for children and senior citizens, such as food distribution sites that are nearby. And the next one is the AI-powered chatbot developed by Rustavi Municipality of Georgia with Rustavi Innovations Hub to provide information on municipal services to citizens remotely 24/7 during the COVID situation. And this chatbot also has the function to connect volunteers with the vulnerable groups who need the support. Next, please. Last, but perhaps the most important, is changing the mindset and developing capacities of civil servants. Civil servants should transform toward people-centered, inclusive, and innovative mindsets and create an enabling ecosystem to empower vulnerable groups to become the agents of innovation and development. Next, please. And here are some examples of the major mindsets, competencies, and skills which civil servants need to be equipped with for fostering social innovation and promoting inclusive public service. You can see people-centered and inclusive mindsets in the first box, and other ones such as empathy to understand the difficulties and sufferings of vulnerable groups, design thinking skills, which we just covered with Denise just before, and digital skills for effectively harnessing the benefits of digital technologies, which are developing at a very fast pace, among others. Next, please. And to support this, UK, for example, has set up the Accessibility Empathy Lab to raise the awareness of the public sector employees and the barriers that citizens face and harness assistive technologies to overcome these. And in Bangladesh, A2I program provides empathy training to civil servants through which they can place themselves in the citizens' shoes and identify the pain points from the citizens' perspective. Next, please. Next, in this last part of my presentation, I would like to share some of the major policy issues. Yes, first is addressing the digital divide and promoting digital empowerment of vulnerable groups. Now, the internet connectivity is deemed as a basic human right and a lifeline, especially during COVID-19. So it is important to foster digital inclusion as an important component of government strategy and develop digital skills and literacy of vulnerable groups. Second, data disaggregation by gender, age, disabilities, and etc., especially collected at the local level, and capacity building for this is important as it enables better identifying of vulnerable groups and their special situations and needs. Third is the importance of providing, next please. Third is about providing the importance of providing multi-channel service delivery. It is critical that government delivers services through multiple channels, including on-site or non-digital channels as well, for those who do not have the access to a digital device or with low digital literacy. Fourth is enhancing interministerial and national to local coordination and collaboration for policy integration and coherence in social inclusion and protection, as highlighted in some of the previous cases. The fifth is a need to develop or amend policies and laws and regulations for alleviation of the possible adverse impact of emerging technologies on vulnerable groups. Sixth, it is critical to change mindsets and develop capacities of not only public servants, as highlighted before, but those of other relevant stakeholders and the whole society for fostering social innovation for inclusion of vulnerable groups. Lastly, strengthening regional and international cooperation, including with international development partners, is important for promoting technical cooperation as well as peer-to-peer learning. Next, please. Yes. Lastly, I would like to finish my presentation by introducing the training toolkit on government innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups, which is a part of UNDESA DPIDG's curriculum on governance for the SDGs. This toolkit aims to improve the capacity of public servants and other relevant stakeholders to promote innovation for social innovation for promoting social inclusion by learning different innovative strategies, approaches, and experiences. And the toolkit is composed of a total of 15 modules under 5 thematic clusters, which are introduced in this slide. You can see that many of these topics also cover the themes mentioned in my presentation today. And this toolkit is designed for a 5-day training, which can also be tailored to the specific needs of countries. And for those who are interested in this toolkit can be accessed at the UNCAN website via the link that is provided here in this slide. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Arpine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mi-kyung, for an excellent presentation, sharing so many rich experiences from around the world. I hope that these experiences will inspire also the countries in Central Asia to think in the same innovative ways and public value for the leaving no one behind. We have actually very good examples also from Kazakhstan, as well as presentation from Kyrgyzstan following this discussion. But before I open the floor for this presentation, I wanted the participants to ask if you have any questions for Mi-kyung, or if you would like to have any clarifications on her presentation. So we have a few minutes for addressing your questions. Feel free to ask them. And I can read here that I believe, oh no, in the chat, this relates to the previous session. So I'm not gonna read it out aloud in the chat. Please feel free to raise your hands or type in the chat. Okay. Don't be shy, please. I'm sure there are interesting, comments or ideas about it. From my side, I wanted just to ask if I may use, the position of moderator and give you ask a question to Mi-kyung. If you have seen in the countries the acceptance for the inclusion of socially marginalized or kind of left behind people increases with the innovation of digital technologies or not, because I can see very interesting examples from different countries, be it in Togo, for example, or in Singapore, or even in Georgia, that you shared examples. Some of them are there, but I was wondering whether there is any study or anything to suggest that digital technologies as such tackle and challenge issues that hasn't been previously addressed, or they're merely digitizing the solutions that existed before. Demis probably would want to ask a question as well. Yes, Demis?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
To Myung. Simply, many problems of social inclusion are what we would call wicked or complex social problems. Do you see design thinking and or innovation labs as an institution, design thinking as a methodology, and the institution being able to contribute to the resolution of such problems of inclusion?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the questions, Arpine and Denise. If I may first answer to the second question that Denise just asked. Yes, sure. I also personally very much enjoyed the discussion that you led on the importance of design thinking and innovation labs. And design thinking particularly, as I also mentioned in the my presentation, as well as one of the core skills and also methodologies to enhance social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Here, it's highly interconnected, as you emphasize, the collaboration which would emphasize the whole of government and whole of the society approach toward fostering social inclusion and innovation in the society as a whole. And in that regard, in my presentation, I did not include many examples of design thinking or innovation labs because I knew that there will be separate presentations for that. But indeed, if the participants can access the training toolkit that I introduced at the very last slide of my presentation, there are also many diverse examples of innovation labs introduced as well as across different regions. And indeed, one of the cases that I have presented in my presentation, which was the Georgian case, the local municipality, when they developed the AI chatbot, the municipality, they collaborated with the local innovation hub along with other partners. So I do see a high potential and important role of it. Yes, and I think it's becoming also more of a trend in many countries around the regions to have those as an important enabler and facilitating methods for that. And going to Arpina's question regarding how impact the technologies may also impact the digital skills of vulnerable groups and what could be done when to mitigate the widening impacts or digital divides. And there have been various cases, countries over the world to share the good practices of mitigating, reducing those impacts that may further widen, especially with the continuous emergence of technologies, including the frontier technologies. And some of the innovative practices, maybe I cannot share all, but maybe a few is linking back to the importance of promoting and strengthening the digital skills of not only government officials or the IT experts, but the whole society, including vulnerable groups themselves. And many countries, I think more and more countries are leveraging not just traditional technology, but also frontier technology itself to as an important means and tools to further enhance digital skills of vulnerable groups. For example, one of the recent cases from Seoul, Republic of Korea, while they they provide on-site digital skills empowerment educations for the senior citizens, due to COVID, that availability of on-site training centers, using training centers is limited. So recently, they are now piloting robots, using the robots dispatched to each individual homes of senior citizens to deliver digital skills training. So the new technology robots is being used as a new means to enhance the digital skills. And there are many other initiatives also by international organizations and other agencies. For example, UNESCO is providing an initiative called Youth Mobile Initiative, which enhances the role of youth, the skills to use and not only just use, but create applications, mobile applications with skills learned through the initiative, so that the issues that are directly concerned to them, such as digital economy and participation in the policy processes, are becoming more and more likely by reducing the technology gaps. Yes, so I don't know whether I have an answer to your question, Arpine. I think there are the trends of technology, as well as the impact of those technology development and possible widening of digital skills of the society itself is becoming more and more complicated, with different impacts and repercussions to different parts of the society in a different phase. I think the approaches to address those issues are also becoming more varied and different, with more and more innovative skills. And this leads back to the importance of collaboration, whole of society, whole of multi-stakeholder in cooperation for more innovative ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a rather comprehensive answer. Thank you very much for sharing with it. I hope that we will now hear also about very interesting, innovative, solutions that Kazakhstan has put forward in their innovative lab, and then we'll have experiences of public-private collaboration from innovative services. Ayajan, the floor is yours to introduce our next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Arpine, but I have one more question.
Sure, of course, yeah, sorry.
Still open floor for question and answer. Can I ask in Russian? На инновационное развитие территории могут оказывать влияние разные группы факторов, необходимость учета которых обусловлена тем, что они могут как способствовать, так и препятствовать этому процессу. В инновационной сфере получают также распространение провалы рынка и провалы государства, которые могут быть преодолены за счет вовлеченности в создание и реализацию проектов социальных инноваций различных субъектов, к примеру, государства, бизнес-сообщества, населения. И у меня вопрос, какие можете привести примеры, да, в организации, кооперации между этими субъектами, то есть государством и бизнес-сообществом, населением? Или выделить определенные направления?
Thank you for the question. If I understood your question correctly, sorry, I missed the first part of your question being translated. What could be innovative approaches to foster collaboration between the business, private sector, and the government? Of course, there will be many areas, including the ones that I have mentioned before, for example, at the local level. And one of the cases that I have presented is how the private clinics at the local level are collaborating with the local government to provide more close and direct health service through the home visits, to the senior citizens. But when it comes to business, I think one area they could mainly collaborate is about the digital economy and how to further promote also jobs and employment, especially at the current time of COVID-19, when the impact on the jobs is significant. Yes, and one example that I could introduce, for example, is the Malaysia's initiatives led by MDAC of government, which invites a number of different private sector companies and provides the job employment opportunities through the shared economy for the participants for the citizens in the vulnerable populations, including those people with the very low incomes or unstable informal workers. And the agency also provides the technical skills in collaboration with the various private sector entities. So I think that could be one of the prominent examples that could be shared along with many others. Due to time constraint, I won't be able to mention many other examples, but again, if I may link back to the training toolkit I introduced, it's composed of indeed many themes and toolkits that include various experiences, innovative cases in those areas, including innovative partnership and financing for social inclusion, as well as building enabling ecosystems. So I hope those materials, along with other toolkits of the curriculum introduced, could be also helpful materials, reference materials for the participants. I hope this has answered your question. Thank you
so much. Thank you, Ms. Park. And I would like to give a floor to speak my colleague. He represents Tech Hub at Astana International Finance Center. Asad Dosubhanov is a head of tech. His area is innovation transformation and tech development in Kazakhstan. So Asad, floor is yours, please.
Thanks, colleagues, for the word. Firstly, I have a hybrid way to show my presentation, because on the one side you will see my face, on the other I will be presenting on another device the presentation. I would like to mention 3 main points that I will highlight and disclose on the current presentation. The first point is about the case that we've been implementing in Kazakhstan regarding the social innovation lab that established at the base of one of our innovation technoparks. The second case I would like to mention is the plans with you they would like to implement in near future. The third point is about the approaches how to work with innovation projects and the best case, and you will understand how to implement them to bring efficiency under the project and the work that you will do under Innovation Lab. So firstly, you'll see on the screen the basic scheme, how we plan to work. Of course, if you will think about the Social Innovation Lab, it comes up with the simple structure. But the Social Innovation Lab itself is a tool that helps you to create a platform and to incorporate all major interested parties and stakeholders. This is the main model that we use, because there are a lot of, how to say, interconnected interest from each ministry and government bodies and the mayor's offices. And the platform, a Social Innovation Lab, helps to incorporate each of them and to understand the main issues, what they face, and their position to certain problems. Under Social Innovation Lab that we established in 2019, the main goal was to support and find the better solution that helps to bring better services to the children, and of course understanding the inclusiveness and bringing more solution for vulnerable categories of citizens. And of course, under this scheme, you can check that we have found out that there are various stakeholders that can finance social.
I said the sound, I think you should turn on your microphone.
Can you unmute, please?
Aset, I think you need to try to unmute. If it's not working from your end, you should.
The sound coming up from another source. That's why you don't hear. Okay. Let's continue. This is just like a timeline, and it's a guidance probably for our partners from Central Asia, for our neighbors, what we did, right? Firstly, under the first meetings, we have established several problems. Of course, each side has given their ones, and UNICEF also, as the main partner, has shown their own report. And what's the key clue here is just we have agreed on certain problems that we will put our resources on to get results and to achieve progress. That's why we use crowdsourcing as a tool to bring projects to tackle. So in this part of design thinking, we have used crowdsourcing to let citizens to participate, to give their own proposals, their own projects, on how we can tackle several problems. Most problems relate to the issues in remote education. Of course, regarding the social position and social services that given to the children. The fourth one was regarding the cyberbullying and other stuff that's related online on online side. So this is the part that where we went through incubation, acceleration process, and the main part here that we not only finding the better solution, but we're also educating these projects, because social innovation projects mainly is aside from the funding, because mainly startups are being seen from the commercial side. But in this case, we have found the interest parties that can source it. UNICEF and other agencies help in that. So the main conclusion on the basis of the preparements of such projects and bringing the process in Innovation Lab is to understand that it will be a continuously and iterative process, because the coordination board that establish and you will establish in the laboratory will help to outline the problems, where the laboratory members, lab leads, and other managers will help under design thinking bring better solutions. And as a developers, you just bring society to help to tackle those issues. And at the end, you educate them and bring more sustainable social projects that can develop even without any support. Okay, this is what we did. We just made an event. We have raised this question. We incorporated as many parties as we could, and from the ministry, university, business side, and find the support to continue our goal in finding the better. And of course, at lastly, when we defined the problems, we made some kind of pipeline, have selected several projects where we invested in them as a part of the semi-government bodies, the Technopark, that been helping and supporting them through education, giving them support. And finally, what we got is just several projects that I would like to show you up. The one project was the achievable, or you can say like Accessible Kazakhstan project. It's a map that helped to create the equal opportunities for people with disabilities to find the better place to educate or to go to rest, and it mostly this map just help you to navigate throughout the city. And this project now being accomplishing and bringing these maps with a certain like specification of each place on the map in each city. So, and this object being specified with the help of the volunteers, and of course this with great support with UNICEF. And let me just show you up just to make it more interesting. So. Okay. Okay, so this is just a screen showing you that there is some sort and the list of certain categories of people with a disability, or probably even with children. And what we did, we incorporated children on this map, and each place, even monuments and other like parks, just showing up. Is there any wheelchair ramps and other facilities? And can it bring the convenient condition for people to enjoy their time? So it's a great tool because, and it's a way how we as a ministry find the way to create the equal opportunities for people, because we don't always recognize that mapping and navigating is becoming a simple part for the vast majority of citizens. But for people with disabilities, it's always an issue because they are always struggling how to explore the city. But this kind of solution can help to create better condition and better experience. And this is the way how to show the care that we as a government can provide. And Social Innovation Lab in this case just helps not only to create innovation inside of the box, but of course there is an involved innovative entrepreneurs that can devote their time and develop a better solution in that case. And our side is just to help them to reach the audience and to bring the interested stakeholders, because as we mentioned, we find other public funds that provide sufficient funding to continue to develop such projects. And of course, this was in great help with the Digital Public Goods Alliance, and this part of solution will be as a part of the open source solution that can be adopted by any company or any government in any part of the world. Yeah. Yeah. So just let me follow up with the second case. I won't be going deep dive, but this solution helps to tackle the issues with educating and remote education. As far as you know, current solution just cover and they just gather crowd and mostly teachers teach them, and there is no individual education. But this project helped to create the stream where the teachers just going up through the courses and materials, and the child, as far as he needs or she needs, he can access and directly access to the expertise of the teacher. And of course, it helps to go to the self-education and cover some topics, but she can easily connect with the teacher. And this is one of the good projects that have found his commercialization and business model, and now going up through the stages of raising investment funds, West Ventures, for instance, and they continue. And this selected projects have been becoming as a benchmark solution in Kazakhstan and can be scaled at any place by any party. So that's the case. The first point that I would like to highlight, and the second part I would like to highlight is the current project that we plan to do with UNDP local office. Is just launching digital accelerator of transformation and bringing design sprint skills and change management to the local mayor's offices and central government bodies as well. Because yes, this is an issue to build the sustainable citizen-centric solutions and services. And of course, we should understand the current maturity of the skills of current government officials. Yeah. And of course, on this side, I would like to clarify certain points, how the innovation can be tackled, and is the best way how design sprint can be implemented under the work of innovation labs or separately. The further part, I would like to continue in Russian, just to make it clear for all our colleagues from the Central Asia. Yeah. Всем коллеги, всем еще раз спасибо. В этой части хотелось бы больше заострить внимание про подходы работы с инновационными проектами. Большинство из них знакомы, так как, в принципе, я думаю, это достаточно такое общее направление, когда у нас есть коллеги, которые заканчивают там проектные подходы, да, и другие, и строят, да, скажем, планируют проекты. Но всегда нужно понимать и четко разделять, да, действительно, когда какая-то конкретная из здесь перечисленных методологий подходит, да, действительно, как бы дизайн мышления, оно позволяет выйти, да, за эти рамки. Поэтому хотелось бы отметить такие методологии, которыми я буквально пройдусь для того, чтобы расширить ваше понимание и посмотреть практическое применение, да, в реализации инновационных проектов, в том числе и социальных инноваций. Это каскадная модель, я думаю, в проектном менеджменте вы все знакомы. Agile как перспектива и, скажем, да, такая некая шапка гибких методологий, да, short stage gate — это уже, скажем, более системный, поэтапный подход, когда мы понимаем с конкретными типами инновациями, работаем инновационными проектами и выстраиваем конкретный трек, да, short track для того, чтобы быстрее запускать проекты. Scrum в своей степени, наверное, это как основной инструмент для организации тайм-менеджмента, да, в проектах с высокой степенью неопределенности. Ну и Kanban — это тоже, да, скажем, полезная, скажем, полезный инструмент, который позволяет правильно отслеживать движение. Ну и самое главное, это, наверное, customer development, это клиентоориентированная разработка, когда мы ставим интересы, скажем, да, и потребности наших граждан во главе. Далее, если говорить про традиционную разработку продуктов, про waterfall, оно в себе конкретные служит, скажем, да, этапы, да, которые понятны, но нужно понять, что традиционная разработка продукта, она лишь приемлема в отношении инновационных проектов, когда нам известна проблема и четко нам известно решение. То есть, когда мы говорим про трансфер каких-либо решений или видов, как наши коллеги там из других стран реализуют, локализуют, вот в этих случаях мы можем рассмотреть конкретно этот подход. Если мы пойдем дальше, то можно в чистом виде встретить лин-подход, да, бережливый подход, когда мы любую идею, гипотезу всегда проверяем. Да, ну, и, конечно, этот подход тоже не лишен определенных минусов, когда мы постоянно строя, измеряем, можем терять фокус. Поэтому как раз-таки, наверное, недостатком лин-подхода является в том, что всегда тяжело любой команде работе с инновационными проектами правильно приоритизировать, да, с чего начать, на что обратить внимание и сделать фокус. Stage-gate-модель тоже, да, это, скажем, модель, которая подразумевает, что у вас есть гейты, да, своего рода контрольные точки, в рамках которых вы, проводя работу, можете отслеживать. Да. Если говорить про традиционные исследования, разработку, научно-исследовательские работы, действительно это подход, который, ну, достаточно знаком большинству. Да. Как раз-таки здесь, вот на стадии, как раз в части проведения исследований, анализа, да, глубоких интервью, здесь действительно применяется дизайн мышления, но нужно отметить, что все-таки это трудоемкий, длительный процесс, если мы идем по этой модели. И, конечно, здесь вопрос именно подтверждения реализуемости, да, это всегда вопрос, который встречается на поздних стадиях. И зачастую, скажем, такой подход приводит к тому, что слишком средств, как говорится, вложено и усилий, мы уже не можем развернуться назад. Следовательно, мы либо должны дойти до результата, либо уже, скажем, да, признать тот факт, что мы не гибко, скажем, подошли к вопросу работы с проектами. Ну и сам по себе Agile, Scrum, это когда мы говорим про постоянное распределение задач, это хороший инструмент для работы с проектами с высокой степенью неопределенности, когда мы не можем выстроить таймлайн и четкие сроки, да, но мы всегда, скажем, да, ведем совместную работу в командах, ставим задачи, проводим спринты, да, скажем, стендапы и можем всегда получить обратную связь о том, что мы сделали не так, и провести работу над ошибками. И хотелось бы сказать, что, в принципе, эти все отдельные методологии, они существуют, но, наверное, самым эффективным механизмом является его комбинация. Да? То есть, действительно, когда у нас есть и дизайн мышления, который ставит во главу нелинейный итеративный процесс, который команды используют для понимания пользователей, проверки предположений, переопределение проблем, да, и прототипирование и тестирование. И Lean Startup, да, то есть это подход гибкой разработки, да, когда мы действительно тоже ставим это итеративно, да, и на ранних стадиях можем действительно где-то переосмыслить нашу модель. И самая, конечно, главная, скажем, особенность в подходе – это всегда проведение экспериментов. То есть любой проект, любую идею, которую мы ставим во главу, к примеру, любой лаборатории, это всегда некие эксперименты. И нужно понимать, что мы должны искать самый дешевый путь, да, и самый беззатратный, либо низкозатратный путь для тестирования этих гипотез. Это тоже ключевые парадигмы. В принципе, я думаю, не раскрою вас секрет, что Google Venture в свое время разработали спринт, который в себе, скажем, включил ключевые, скажем, да, методологии дизайн мышления, да, Agile, Scrum, и Lean Startup для того, чтобы достичь эффективной, наверное, методологии и подхода к работе, для того, чтобы в кратчайшие сроки можно было протестировать. В идеале, конечно, эта модель предусматривает неделю, одну рабочую неделю, 5 рабочих дней для того, чтобы проверить, скажем, те или иные идеи, предложения, либо действительно разобраться в сути вещей, есть ли проблемы своего рода. И каждый из этих дней, он, в принципе, разбит здесь по ключевым этапам. Это отрисовка карты, да, то есть пользователя, это ideation stage где-то, да, по эскизам пользовательского пути, то есть, да, разработка его, принятие решения, это вот то, что коллеги ранее говорили, это про критический взгляд, да, критическое мышление, это сама разработка прототипов и этап тестирования, когда мы действительно должны понять, соответствует ли наше решение ожиданиям ключевого целевого сегмента, да, нашей аудитории. И тут самое главное, наверное, хотелось бы кратко обозначить, наверное, что входит в себя каждый этап, для того, чтобы мы, наверное, в будущем могли кооперироваться, делиться опытом, и вы могли это у себя протестить и где-то адаптировать. Первый день отрисовка карты – это всегда определение долгосрочных целей, рисков ключевых, да, на весь спринт. Это вот, скажем, один из ключевых, наверное, инструментов, да, наверное, аспектов дизайн мышления – это эмпатия, когда мы погружаемся в опыт пользователя и стремимся понять проблемы, найти инсайты, да, и выявить возможности для улучшения этого опыта. Как раз-таки в контексте предоставления государственных услуг это является, ну, наверное, самым главным, да, и должно стоять во главе. Далее, вторым этапом мы отрисовываем карту ключевых стейкхолдеров, да, с кем связаны те или иные проблемы и наши предположения, проводим глубинное интервью, да, то есть с конкретными целевыми сегментами, да, с чьей стороны мы хотели бы изучить проблему, экспертное интервью, да, и все эти инсайты собираем, и вот как раз-таки на этапах выявления проблем мы начинаем брейнштормить, да, как мы могли бы улучшить этот опыт, да, с точки зрения там именно опыта пользования, да, и, конечно, рисуем Customer Journey Map, карту пути пользователя, да, с момента того вообще, кто является нашим ключевой аудиторией, с какого это возраста, как начинается день, да, у этого пользователя, и как он постепенно приходит к пониманию, да, что у него возникают проблемы, и вот это самое главное, это сценарий, как он пытается ее решить. То есть в данном случае мы должны понимать, что всегда любой пользователь выберет наипростейший способ решения своей проблемы. И здесь главное, чтобы наш сервис он был максимально доступен и понятен для него. Далее второй день это, скажем, тот же эскизы, да, это когда мы, скажем, один из этапов прототипирования опыта, когда мы полностью разрисовываем от и до все этапы, то есть нашего, там, скажем, предложения. То есть мы любую идею, которая нам приходит в голову, мы прям берем листочек бумаги и разрисовываем, как из себя выглядит интерфейс, там, что открывается за окном и так далее. Также проводится мозговой штурм обязательно, да, и в конечном итоге, вот как я сказал, это приходят бумажные эскизы, да, в некую галерею, скажем, да, пользовательского пути, ну, как мы видим и наши предположения. И, ну, на что самое главное здесь нужно обратить внимание, это в первую очередь, да, диаграмму Вену можно использовать и чертеж эволюции продукта. Здесь, в принципе, я QR-коды разместил, я думаю, когда мы поделимся презентацией, вы сможете изучить подробнее. Что это означает? Диаграмма Вены, это означает, что идеальный продукт и сервис, он находится на стыке трех ключевых, скажем, да, секторов. Да. Это ценность для бизнеса, то есть это с точки зрения, если мы говорим про какие-то сквозные, интегрированные, омниканальные, скажем, услуги, это кого мы как можем привлечь для того, чтобы максимально эффективно оказать услугу. Возможность технологий, насколько это применимо и затратно, да, и полезность для, ну, в принципе, ну, человека. Действительно ли это нужные услуги, да, или, скажем, да, наш способ, как мы пытаемся решить проблему. И вот именно на стыке вот рождаются самые эффективные идеи, скажем, да, как мы решаем проблемы низкозатратно. Ну и, конечно, в перспективе это не обязательно, но всегда можно рассматривать, да, план эволюции продукта. То есть всегда мы, когда говорим про design thinking, мы в большей степени смотрим на, скажем, некий первичный, да, взгляд на эволюцию продукта, но все же мы должны понимать, что за собой это может повлечь, для того, чтобы где-то оценивать, да, именно масштабы, да, то есть дополнительных каких-то средств, там, либо дополнительного времени, которое потребуется для того, чтобы масштабировать, да, скажем, если это будет успешный кейс. Ну и принятие решения, это третий день, это когда мы проводим этапы голосования, когда мы выделяем ключевые, скажем, особенности, фичи, да, как говорят разработчики, да, в рамках каждого предложения. И уже далее начинаем, скажем, да, с этого этапа рисовать конкретный путь, да, как пользователь узнает о нашем продукте, да, и здесь полностью мы разрисовываем сценарий, да, то есть, да, то есть конкретно первые итерации, что он видит, далее, да, то есть мы имитируем, скажем, да, действия нашего пользователя для глубокого понимания. Ну и, конечно, те, скажем, ключевые фичи, которые мы объединяем, и по тем предложениям и идеям, которые мы разработали к проблемам, да, которые выявили, это всегда прототипирование. Вот в этой части, конечно, хотелось бы отметить, что прогресс, как говорится, постоянно идет. И если раньше мы всегда, скажем, и многие практики дизайна мышления рисовали там на бумаге, там делали обычные презентации, да, и так где-то проверяли, да, свои там предложения, идеи, то сейчас развитие цифровых технологий и ключевых вендоров мировых позволяет это сделать где-то бесплатно, да, и это в основном все ноу-код платформы. То есть не обязательно быть программистом, чтобы сделать достаточно высокодетализированную модель рабочую, развернуть ее там на сотовом телефоне, на мобильном телефоне, на компьютере и презентовать ее конечному пользователю для того, чтобы не было, да, скажем, такого разрыва между тем, что это не какой-то законченный продукт, да. И в принципе в этой части, вот здесь я делюсь с коллегами там QR, вы можете пройти, изучить все есть какие цифровые инструменты для того, чтобы прототипирование было легким, эффективным, да, и максимально презентативным. То есть здесь даже есть сервисы, которые позволяют вам скетчи, да, и вот эти сториборды, которые вы разрабатываете, фотографировать, загружать в приложение и на все кнопки, которые вы назначаете, делать целые, скажем, да, сценарии, да, что зачем открывается, и действительно погрузить пользователя в этот опыт. Ну и финальный день, это пятый день, это этап тестирования, да. И вот здесь хотелось бы поделиться таким лайфхаком, который мы используем в работе. Это, скажем, да, это вот, наверное, инсайт от Джейкоба Нилсона, да, который в свое время проводил постоянно исследования, да, и который выявил лайфхак, что 5 пользователей – это достаточное количество для теста любого решения, потому что именно после точнее, 5 пользователей позволяет выявить 85% всех проблем и инсайтов, связанных с тестированием решений, предложений. И любое следующее увеличение, оно не сильно, да, увеличивает процент. То есть увеличивает, к примеру, там, до 10, до 12, там, мы незначительно увеличиваем лишь до 90-92%, да, достоверность полученных нами данных. Поэтому здесь вот как раз-таки самая главная, скажем, особенность нужно это обязательно в финале протестировать, понять обратную связь и действительно убедиться, что тот формат, который мы предлагаем в рамках наших гипотез, он действительно подходит и достигает цели. И, конечно, вопрос всегда, как нам прийти, да, к пониманию, идем ли мы дальше с этим проектом. Это вот те самые первые задачи, которые мы ставили, долгосрочные цели, позволяет ли этот, скажем, да, кейс, это решение, скажем, да, убедиться в этом. Либо мы перезапускаем, еще раз проводим дизайн-спринт, все ли риски мы учли. И вот именно такой итеративный процесс, он позволяет, скажем, быстрее двигаться, и в условиях неопределенности он помогает, по крайней мере, если уж не обозначить там, да, какой-то долгосрочный период, но быстрее дать данные по тому, когда и, скажем, да, и какие решения можно запустить более эффективно. Ну и, в принципе, это все. Я свои контакты здесь пишу. Хотелось бы поделиться, если вдруг коллеги там, с Центральной Азии, с других стран захотят послушать и где-то дополнительно переговорить на эти темы. В принципе, я готов всегда поделиться опытом, да, что мы здесь делаем, да, и, в принципе, по плану, что мы здесь планируем для того, чтобы, скажем, да, поднять наш уровень, да, и, наверное, вот те методологии, которые наши коллеги с UNDP продвигают, да, именно касательно вот дизайн мышления, его практического применения, да, и того, в каких секторах это может быть применено с учетом международного опыта. Я думаю, они с нами могут поделиться, какие-то шаги мы делаем. Я думаю, эти усилия где-то можно объединить, да, и вот эти решения, скажем, которые мы продвигаем, можно ими, скажем так, обменяться. Все, в принципе, я думаю, это вот ключевая часть по моей презентации, по кейсам Казахстана, что мы делаем, какие подходы мы используем и почему. Спасибо.
Алло, спасибо большое. Асет, ты бы хотела модерировать?
I will give a next word, floor to speak to our colleagues from Kyrgyzstan. But before that, I would like to note that Asset, thank you so much for your presentation and for your sharing the quite in-depth information. We will share the whole presentation in our website of ZRD later, so all of you can use it later. But now I would like give the floor to our colleagues from Kyrgyzstan, and thank you for joining our event. First of all, now Azamat Burjuev, he is the advisor to the Minister of the Digital Development of the Kyrgyz Republic. He will share with us digital government services for business and citizens, trends in government tech, and Kyrgyzstan's experience in creating government IT services. Azamat, floor is yours, please.
Аджам, уважаемые друзья, добрый всем вечер. Большое спасибо, что пригласили принять участие в сегодняшнем мероприятии. Я сейчас поделюсь экраном, чтобы показать презентацию. Так, секундочку. Так, я должен проверить. Коллеги, прошу прощения.
Ну, пока вы настраиваете, я пока объявлю коллегам. Коллеги, если будут вопросы, не стесняйтесь, можете оставлять в чате все вопросы. будет время, мы можем озвучить все эти вопросы, вопросы к кассету и предыдущим спикерам. Спасибо.
Мою презентацию видно?
Да, Азамат.
Супер, отлично. Позвольте я чуть-чуть расскажу о своем опыте работы в GovTech, государственных технологиях. Последние 8 лет я непосредственно занимаюсь внедрением цифровых решений в государственную систему. Мы реализовали очень много национальных проектов, я еще по пути расскажу. У нас есть замечательный опыт, с которым я хотел бы с вами со всеми поделиться. И я думаю, что это будет полезная информация для тех, кто непосредственно занимается внедрением цифровых решений в государственное управление. Кыргызстан на данный момент ставит одним из приоритетных направлений внедрение цифровых технологий. Мы видим в этом, что это сможет нам существенно оптимизировать процессы, достичь определенной прозрачности и сделать все эти услуги доступными для наших граждан. Вообще все началось с того, что мы поставили себе несколько таких основных задач. В первую очередь мы себе поставили задачу, что мы должны достичь определенного учета тех активов государственных, которые имеются. То есть мы должны взять на учет всех наших граждан, да? То есть мы должны знать, где кто находится, кто у нас рождается, кто у нас женится и так далее. Да? И, соответственно, это все должно быть в рамках цифровых решений. Мы должны знать, сколько у нас есть транспортных средств, мы должны знать, сколько у нас есть юридических лиц, да? Мы должны знать, сколько у нас есть зданий, мы должны знать, сколько у нас есть денег, сколько у нас есть налогоплательщиков. И первый уровень, с которым мы начали работать, это был учет и анализ. То есть мы все должны были взять на учет. Анализ должен был позволить и позволяет нам понимать состояние тех информационных единиц, которые мы берем на учет. Например, мы должны знать, какой товар проходит через границу, какие, допустим, выпускники определенных вузов потом трудоустроились на определенные работы. И все системы, которые внедряются в государственные технологии, должны обеспечивать решение задач, связанных с анализом. Второе направление – это интероперабельность. До определенного уровня зрелости мы не придавали этому особое значение, но именно взаимодействие, то есть интероперабельность, то есть обмен между участниками цифровых платформ данными, на самом деле дает самый больший эффект. Да? То есть в первую очередь мы поставили задачу, что государственные органы должны очень легко обмениваться, в рамках, естественно, законодательства, обмениваться информацией и позволять им использовать их для выполнения своих функций и задач. И это привело к тому, что определенные государственные услуги, определенные сервисы, которые предоставляли, они были исключены или сокращены. Но я в дальнейшем еще на этом остановлюсь. И третья задача это доступные услуги для граждан. То есть вся эта цифровизация не имеет особой ценности, если она не приносит нашим гражданам определенные упрощения, определенная доступность услуг, чтобы они могли взаимодействовать эффективно с государственными и муниципальными органами. Я сейчас расскажу, как мы переходили по этапам. Самое первое, что у нас появилось, то есть мы приняли закон, который присваивал идентификационный номер гражданину, и этот идентификационный номер на всем протяжении его жизни его сопровождал. Это позволило нам точное количество посчитать граждан. До этого этим занимался пенсионный фонд или органы социального развития. В 2014 году была образована специальная служба, которая занималась именно регистрацией населения. Потом в 2017 году мы внедрили электронные идентификационные карты, в которых мы использовали электронные подписи, электронные сертификаты для использования этих карт при предоставлении различных услуг удаленно. И это стало одним из подспорьем того, что мы смогли, то есть эти идентификационные карты также содержали в себе биометрические данные наших граждан, и Кыргызстан одним из первых в регионе смог внедрить биометрическую идентификацию в выборной системе. То есть сейчас все выборы местные, республиканские, выборы президента, выборы депутатов проводятся только с использованием биометрических данных. И на самом деле мы можем сказать, что система практически полноценно обеспечивает то, что гражданин был идентифицирован, и факты того, что там происходит какое-то там нарушение, они сейчас очень снизились. И мы на самом деле увидели реальную динамику, реальное количество приходящих людей, которые голосуют по тем или иным или участвуют в референдумах. В 2017 году уже мы разработали государственную платформу, это платежная система, которая позволяет обмениваться данными между республиканскими бюджетами и коммерческими организациями. В 2018 году мы совместно с нашими эстонскими коллегами, которые являются одними из передовых в области электронного правительства, внедрили систему межведомственного взаимодействия. Вот я уже выше говорил про одну из задач, да, интероперабельность. Она основана на эстонской платформе X-Road, и сейчас я еще более детально остановлюсь, но именно с точки зрения взаимодействия тогда мы начали администрировать вот это обмен данными между государственными органами и коммерческими организациями. Далее, в 2019 году была запущена система электронного документооборота. Сейчас практически все центральные государственные органы используют ее, но есть определенная особенность, от которой мы сейчас пытаемся отказаться. Это все еще происходит некое дублирование в бумажном формате, и у нас есть определенные сложности с законодательством, которые не позволяют нам перейти на полноценный полностью электронный документооборот. В 2020 году мы разработали единую систему идентификации для наших граждан, и сейчас практически все наши граждане, имеющие выше, как я говорил, биометрические паспорта или получившие облачные электронные подписи, могут с помощью одного ключа получать доступ ко всем государственным ресурсам, и в ближайшем времени уже смогут получать в том числе доступ к коммерческим банковским системам. Сейчас мы проходим процесс интеграции, и я думаю, что до конца этого года у нашего гражданина появится возможность с помощью одной учетной записи войти и использовать на портале государственных услуг электронные услуги, и с этой же учетной записью войти в свой личный кабинет, банковский имеется в виду, и там, например, произвести какие-то действия, там, оплату произвести, денежный перевод и так далее. И, то есть, исходя из этого, мы уже пересмотрели очень многие сервисы и платформы, и сейчас наши системы государственные, они больше выступают как площадка, как бы платформа для взаимодействия частного сегмента и государственного сегмента. И уже используя вот эти все платформы, мы уже в этом году, в прошлом году, в конце прошлого года модернизировали портал государственных услуг, и он сейчас практически в себя включает очень многие автоматизированные услуги, о которых я еще дальше расскажу. На данный момент, если посмотреть на систему государственных технологий, как вы знаете, вот вы видите на экране нашу юрту, это такой наш дом, и у нас вот построена определенная архитектура, вот посередине это шина, которая позволяет обмениваться информацией не только с государственными системами, но и с коммерческими системами. И у нас сейчас одни из самых больших потребителей данных являются сотовые компании, которые предоставляют различные сервисы и услуги по оплате налогов, по оплате штрафов. И они вот взаимодействуют через систему межведомственного взаимодействия Тюндюк, получают информацию, согласие, естественно, налогоплательщика, согласие пользователя, всю эту информацию. И статистика показывает, что больше 60% нагрузки на государственные платформы создают не G2G взаимодействия, а именно G2B взаимодействия. И это говорит, что у нас сейчас вот именно бизнес-сектор активно вовлечен в построении, в развитии государственных технологий. Так, секундочку. Вот опять же, возвращаясь к определенным цифрам и индикаторам, то есть, когда мы запустили систему, у нас было почти 300 тысяч обменов данными в 2018 году, да? Ну, это такой субъективный индикатор, и до этого уже государственные системы как-то обменивались данными, но никто не видел вот этого, не видел этой единой картины. Уже в 2019 году у нас было больше 30 миллионов обменов, в 2020 году уже 152 миллиона обменов, и уже в 2021 году мы уже в первом полугодии достигли отметки 150 миллионов. То есть у нас прям в экспоненте идет увеличение обмена информацией. Но что такое обмен информацией? Да? Это в первую очередь оптимизация каких-то процессов. То есть если раньше у граждан какую-то информацию запрашивали в бумажном виде, то теперь они эту информацию в автоматизированном виде получают. И это приводит к тому, что какие-то услуги упрощаются, становится сложнее, например, сложнее как-то манипулировать или злоупотреблять своим служебным положением. И в целом уменьшается вообще время оказания государственных услуг. Если вот мы дальше вернемся, то получается за 2 года, с 18 по 20 год, у нас почти 180 миллионов обменов данными было между государственными и частными, G2G и G2B обменов. Между собой обмениваются 53 государственных, госоргана центральных и 33 коммерческие структуры. При этом, как я уже раньше говорил, львиная доля этих обменов, больше 50%, это обмен между коммерческими организациями и госорганами. И сейчас мы уже пришли к тому, что нашу платформу используют, государственную платформу используют для обмена между бизнесом. То есть, допустим, кредитное бюро есть, которое должно получать информацию от банковских участников, да, от банков, и они используют государственную платформу, чтобы обмениваться информацией. И у нас в законодательстве прописано, что этот обмен имеет юридическую силу, то есть там используются электронные подписи, и они, значит, придают юридическую значимость вот этим данным, которые были получены и переданы. И в случае каких-то споров или в случае каких-то судебных разбирательств они могут выступать цифровыми доказательствами. Поэтому сейчас это очень набирает такой оборот, и частные организации активно используют нашу платформу. Как я уже говорил, вот этот обмен очень связан с автоматизацией. То есть мы смогли автоматизировать 15 справок, но эти 15 справок, это то есть 15 видов справок, на самом деле очень существенно смогли сэкономить то есть время как наших граждан, так и государственных служащих. И с 1 июня 2019 года по 1 ноября 2020 года мы провели подсчет, специальной методологию, мы увидели, что мы смогли, значит, было около 5,5 миллионов обменов именно по справкам, по вот этим 15 справкам. И подсчитали, что было сэкономлено почти 60 лет, больше 60 лет рабочего времени, да, то есть они не распечатывали эти документы, они не запрашивали и так далее. И это говорит о том, что вообще вот именно подход с точки зрения гражданина, он является наиболее эффективным. То есть мы не пытались внедрить обмен данными ради обмена данными. Мы пытались построить взаимодействие именно с точки зрения нашего гражданина, так, чтобы этот обмен приводил к тому, что ему становилось легче взаимодействовать с государственными и муниципальными органами. Помимо этого, у нас сейчас, вот, как я говорил, была разработана еще одна платформа, ну, следующий этап платформы государственного портала, где мы поставили акцент на моментальном получении услуги. Да? Если раньше, то есть портал государственных услуг, если тебе, например, надо получить справку о том, что у тебя нет налоговой задолженности, то ты писал через портал обращение, это обращение обрабатывалось там налоговым инспектором, и уже потом только там, то есть все это мануально происходило, он это распечатывал, нес руководство, они подписывали и снова через портал отвечали. Сейчас мы делаем упор на то, чтобы портал взаимодействовал напрямую с базами данных государственных органов. И в этом случае у нас появляется возможность того, что моментально, в любое, то есть 24 часа на 7 давать возможность нашим гражданам получать те или иные государственные услуги. И вот таких именно государственных услуг у нас есть 93. Ну, как бы это небольшая цифра, но тем не менее эти услуги действительно реально востребованы. Это начиная от справки о несудимости, о количестве выплаченных там пенсионных начислениях. Даже есть справка с места работы, если это предприятие использует государственную платформу по учету кадров. Да? То есть гражданин может в любое время получить свою справку с места работы и предоставить какие-то проверяющие или там для трудоустройства или для получения кредита этот документ. И у нас все еще остались 14 государственных услуг, которые производятся мануально, то есть эта заявка поступает в личный кабинет государственного органа и уже там обрабатывается. Но есть одна особенность, то есть мы продумали интеграцию, и она связана с системой электронного документооборота государственного органа. То есть заявка автоматически, например, ну там из архива, например, необходимо какую-то информацию получить. И когда эта заявка формируется на портале государственных услуг, она автоматически попадает в систему электронного документооборота, система отслеживает статус этой заявки, и когда там на той стороне, то есть на стороне государственного органа формируется ответ, уже об этом приходит автоматическое уведомления. В целом у нас вот такие маленькие победы. Мы считаем, что мы двигаемся в правильном направлении, и на самом деле мы пытаемся сейчас снизить количество государственных услуг. Именно этот показатель является на самом деле не самым правильным, да, то есть многие ждут, что на портале государственных услуг должно быть много государственных услуг, но на самом деле их должно быть меньше, а государственные услуги мы должны оптимизировать. Одна из причин появления тех или иных государственных услуг связана с тем, что государственные органы неэффективно обмениваются информацией. И чтобы в первую очередь, то есть победить суть проблемы, мы смотрим в сам процесс, да, и мы иногда видим, что некоторые государственные услуги, некоторые сервисы государственные появились из-за того, что был несовершенен процесс информационного взаимодействия. И мы работаем над тем, чтобы снизить количество таких неэффективных, ненужных государственных услуг. Следующие вообще наши, как говорится, планы, мы все-таки ориентированы, мы видим, что узкое горлышко во всем этом все-таки идентификация. И мы сейчас очень плотно работаем с системами авторизации и идентификации, удаленной. Ну вот, допустим, пандемия показала, что люди, ну, то есть нашим гражданам необходимо удаленно получать, да, и при этом что делать, если он ранее никогда не получал, например, доступа к государственным сервисам. И мы сейчас активно прорабатываем возможность использования биометрической идентификации. У нас есть опыт. Мы в 2017 году внедрили возможность биометрической идентификации при пересечении государственной границы. У нас в аэропорту Манас есть специальные ворота, которые могут с помощью биометрии позволить человеку пересечь государственную границу без контакта с пограничником. И мы уже используем эту идентификацию в выборах. Сейчас мы хотим ее использовать для упрощения получения государственных услуг и финансовых каких-то услуг. Второй такой для нас перспективный тренд – это аналитика во всем. Мы видим, что государство владеет большим массивом данных, и мы сейчас активно работаем над освоением и внедрением технологий Big Data, анализа больших данных. И то есть это позволяет нам коррелировать какие-то экономические государственные показатели с социальными. Да? То есть мы видим, например, увеличение преступности и можем это связать, например, с недавними помилованиями, да, в сфере, то есть амнистиями заключенных. И государственные органы и лица, принимающие решения, должны перейти на новый уровень принятия решения с использованием данных, да? То есть это data-driven governance, да, которая позволяет использовать текущую ситуацию, текущие показатели из цифровых платформ для принятия решений, для прогнозирования решений и для моделирования тех или иных действий. И в этом направлении мы видим, что вот для нас это будет очень полезно, когда мы сможем наконец-то использовать реальные данные. К сожалению, у нас вот есть определенные проблемы с Национальным статистическим комитетом, потому что это такая структура, которая уже имеет очень консервативная, у них есть своя методология, но мы как IT-специалисты сейчас вот пытаемся все-таки внедрить возможность анализа данных и использования его для принятия решений. И еще один для нас такой перспективный с точки зрения государственных технологий государственных технологий тренд – это усиленный интеллект. Именно усиленный интеллект, не искусственный интеллект, потому что все-таки мы не можем полноценно доверить использование алгоритмов машинного обучения для принятия государственных решений. Поэтому мы будем использовать эти возможности для поддержки принятия решений и усиливать аналитику государственных органов с помощью искусственного интеллекта. Мы сейчас по этому направлению ведем, и именно она очень связана с аналитикой больших данных. Я думаю, что в этом году мы уже сможем представить для нашего руководства страны, для наших граждан какие-то первые результаты, которые будут основаны именно на вот этих задачах. У меня, в принципе, все, уважаемые коллеги. Большое спасибо, что уделили время. Я готов ответить на ваши вопросы. Спасибо.
Большое вам спасибо, Азамат Чолпонбекович. Maybe I'm switching to English. Maybe we can open the floor to question and answers for about 3 to 4 minutes. We're running out of time again, I think, today, and I would like to keep within the time frame so that our interpreters have some rest as well. Right after question and answers, we'll open a poll for a quick evaluation of the day to see what your first impressions are. And then, but before closing, I'd like to make also the summary remarks for the day. So the floor is yours, participants. Please feel free to ask any questions, maybe type in the chat box. You can raise your hands. I will be able to see that, or type the question in the chat if you have. We'll give it a minute, but. While you're thinking, let me quickly make a quick summary of the day, if you'd allow me. So we started the day with, a whole session on e-government survey. And we wanted you to get a better understanding of the methodology that we're using in assessing e-government development across the world. And we shared with you some of the key findings, as well as the parts that survey looks into it, including the participation of people, open government data, local level assessment of the services, and so forth. I was very happy to see today throughout the day and different presentations, including by Aset and Azamat, on the elements of the work that you're doing that resonates so well with the e-government survey as well. For example, the fact that Azamat just focused on the analytics of nearly everything and using the government data and treat it as a big data in the identifying the correlations between different larger events in the country or creating an ecosystem is a testimony to that. So we hope that the government survey as such will continue being an important source of insights and analytics for you as well. After the e-government survey, we had a chance also to look into how design thinking allows and innovation labs allows us to move towards digital transformation. Thanks to Dimis, we looked into different stages of it, from creative to more with opening it to all sorts of crazy ideas to making it more specific and focused on finding solutions. And we also looked into the value of social inclusiveness through innovation, how innovation has been able to, innovation and digital technology has been able to address some of the key important aspects of social problems, but also, how across the globe, different countries are experimenting with ways to reach out to the most vulnerable populations. We hope that knowledge will help you also to design your own innovation labs and use design thinking in reaching out to everyone so that no one is left behind. I could tell that ASET has demonstrated very nicely how they collaborated with UNICEF and other stakeholders on taking an idea through incubation period and then designing around it and coming up with a product that will be used later on. And he also showed on the steps of how it has been developed over the time. So thank you very much also for sharing your experience. And finally, it was also very refreshing to see how Kyrgyzstan has moved into, in a rather short period of time, in moving towards establishing an ecosystem for digital innovation. And I wanted to attest to you that once the ecosystem is in place, the innovation and digitization kicks in and goes in much faster pace. And it's encouraging to see that you probably started with the foundations of improving your registry systems, creating signatures or giving the biometrics in the ID system, attaching the biometrics to the ID systems to make them more reliable, and how with, as you said, with the small victories, you're moving into the right direction. We hope that the fruits of that small victories will start to show much faster soon. I wanted just to conclude, as you mentioned, that the COVID made you realize how much it is important to do the digitization and remote authentication of people and make it fast, even in cases where people cannot, doing it for the first time, dealing with the digitization processes for the first time, or dealing with the government in that sense for the first time. So thank you very much for sharing your insight and knowledge and interesting stories on the steps that you're taking, on the ideas that has been generated. And we hope that today's foundation will help us to also look tomorrow into the aspects of strategy and action planning for innovation in digital government. So this is what we will be concentrating on in session 5 tomorrow. And we hope that the overall work on the action planning will also leave us in the second half of the workshop on session 6 with some concrete actions that each of us as individuals and at the organizational level can take to help the digitization process. So there will be presentations again by our experts on what it entails to move an idea from thinking into an action point, what challenges there can be there, and what it means actually for on a personal level to tackle the challenge of change. So with this, I think I would like to conclude today's session and give the floor back to Ayajan, our co-moderator. Before doing it, I would like to quickly share the polling results that today about 90% of our participants were very happy and considered the content and delivery of presentation excellent. About 10% are good. So we're happy that you're still with us despite the challenging times of the late hour, actually, workshop. Ayajan, the floor is back to you for last concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Erpine. It was a great pleasure. I think today's session was very, very interesting for all of us, especially for the our participants and experts from the Central Asia. I would like to say my gratitude and a very big thanks to Vincenzo and his team. Mr. Aquara, thank you so much. Today's session was really interesting for us as a country, as a region. And thanks for Dimis, for Miss Kyung Park and other great speakers. And we hope tomorrow all our participants and our colleagues, speakers will remain at the our webinars for the next day. And we are ready to cooperate and communicate. And if you have any questions, any kind of request, we are ready to cooperate with you all. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank also our interpreters.
Yes.
Thank you. Artyom, thank you so much. Yeah, they were working without any breaks.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Hope you will have a restful evening and see you tomorrow. Let us adjourn.
Thank
Bye.
you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye.